shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूं शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वाव मैप क्रिएटर हूं और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूं।
हेलो
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वाव मैप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वाव मैप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वाव मैप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वाव मैप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तभी आप वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वाव मैप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
hi everyone. My name is Diet Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody want to join, joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabs the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twist and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play, just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like a start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of the PMCO Eastern Europe Finals. My name is Dawood Sandstorm, and alongside me, the one, the only, the Seven Worlds Gaming, to break down all the action for today and tomorrow's games to see who's going to be qualifying through that top four. Seven, we're finally here. It's the finals. It's do or die for these 16 teams.
I'm ready, man. I'm can't wait to see if these teams are gonna be ready, because coming out of semifinals, we saw 3 teams being able to perform really, really well, being able to achieve more than 100 points or at 100 points. I'm wondering if they're gonna be able to kind of mimic that performance here in the finals, and which of the other teams are gonna be stepping up here, because it's only gonna be a total of 12 games, no days off. You cannot watch what everybody else is gonna be doing on day one or anything like that of what we saw in the semifinals. You're just gonna come out hot.
Yep. There's no 3 groups this time around. 12 games, like you said, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. So yes, it is going to be just a tiny bit, just 1 game longer than we usually had in the semis. So I want to see, is that extra game going to impact the players? And there's a lot of things that we can go into. There's a lot of things that we can talk about. Starting off with those teams that we saw in the top 3, the top 4, and the question is, it's always going to be, is the consistency going to be there when they come into the grand final stage? And what preparation have the other teams done? Because yes, now it's not top 16 out of 24. Now it's top 4 out of those 16 to continue their journey in PUBG Mobile Esports for 2025. Well, for this half of the year.
That's right. It's going to be zero mulligans, right? We're talking about
the
semifinals, how many mulligans, and by that, we mean like how many games can a team actually throw, end up getting 0 points, or just not end up performing well. On this one, you're not going to be able to have any, especially if you want to be within the top 4. If you do end up having one, you better be able to back it up with the pop-up performances. And just going off of some of the teams that we were talking about earlier, just to kind of remind everybody, the top 4 performing teams out of semifinals, it was Board Gaming. They ended up with 141 points, followed by Kodiak, which had an amazing day 1. Day 2, they kind of disappear. And don't worry, we'll be able to talk a little bit more later on about some of these teams, as it is the prize pool. Not only do the top 4 teams get to go to the PMSL EU Spring, they also get some money in their pockets.
They get some dollar bills. Exactly. 4,000 for first place, 2.5 for second. As you can see, the rest 1.8 for third. 1K for fourth, 700 for fifth, and of course a big fat goose egg for 6th to 16th. So we want to see the best players shine. You see, and I like the way that it's kind of set up prize pool wise, personally, because this is what's going to motivate the players to to fully push themselves to their limits. So no one's going to be rewarded for 8. No. You want to show us more in order to earn that reward, to earn that prize, to earn that slot and that spot in the PMSLEU.
If they end up making it to PMSLEU, I mean, we're talking about the prize pool over there. We're talking about the opportunities too. If they end up performing well in PMSLEU, there's just so many doors that are going to be opening up for some of these players. So I'm hoping they come in with that heat. But don't forget the points distribution. If you get a win, it's going to be 10 points. My favorite, I always have to shout it out, is that 1 point for 1 elimination, because a lot of teams has just been so frag heavy. And talking about frag heavy, you know what? One player to keep an eye on that performed amazingly during semifinals was Tulika from Boris Gaming. That player alone was able to get 20 eliminations on their final day. If he can do that today, I don't even, you know what? I'm not even going to put that out there. Let's just see what happens in the first game.
I mean, you see, that's the thing. When it came to Boars Gaming and, of course, the rest of the squads, we're going to go over their names just now. You can see Boars, Kodiak, and I believe this might actually have been the order that they qualified in as well. You know, Boars first, Kodiak second, Abe in third. Modern, which is, which was one of the teams that was consistent from day one of their participation. They managed to start off, I believe, their first day with a couple of top 3s, top 4s, with some eliminations as well. So the consistency to fight and stay in the top is there for Modern, but they might need just that little bit of an extra push. Cave, I feel like, was also one of those sneaky ones as well. They kind of just somehow, randomly, because we had like such a top-heavy leaderboard, Cave Esports were slowly but surely making their way to the top 5, to the top 6. But they were there. So, but I want to see that standout performance, like you mentioned, Seven, from them.
Yeah, the crazy part, too, that you were mentioning, like Team Modern, KV Sports, those two teams were actually tied in the semifinals for that 4th place at 71 points. So for everybody else, I mean, if we do end up being a little bit top heavy with those performing teams of the top 3 that I mentioned earlier with Boars Gaming, Kodiak, and Ebby Esports, it's going to make it even tighter for that 4th spot, but I don't think that's going to be the case. You were mentioning a lot of these other teams might have been able to readjust. And as you were mentioning earlier as well, we are going to be playing 6 matches, an extra match of Erangel. We're going to be starting off with Erangel, that Sanhok in the middle. Obviously, Sandstorm's favorite, Miramar. We get 2 of those, and then we finish it off in Erangel as well, which should be interesting in case for some reason on day 1 we do end up getting some hot drops, which I'm hoping is not the case, but it did end up happening during the semifinals on the final day.
That it did, and I want to see, teams were able to kind of adapt to that because we had different groups on day 1, day 2, and day 3, but this time around, no. I want to say from the first Erangel, from the first Miramar, we're going to get to know if there's going to be hot drops for the rest of the tournament, and then, as usual, once we get to the final 2 games or the last game, if the leaderboard is very, very close, and, some players want to take matters into their own hands, we might see some hot drops, something like that. I'm just saying. I heard teams targeting each other. Yes, sir. That's where I was getting to. Some teams are targeting each other. There's a little bit of drama. Well, not drama, but there's a little bit of rivalry, let's say, between Abe Esports and Team Explodes. I believe Abe Esports wants to prove that they're the best Serbian team in this PMCO. So you know what? I'm like, if that's what you're going for, fine by me. But as long as you qualify, though, still, that's got to be the priority, right?
Fine by you.
As long as you qualify. As long as you qualify. That's the important part. That's the caveat.
As long you want to show you are the best team out of your country, out of your region, out of your neighborhood, out of whatever the case might be, you know how you can show that? By being in the top 4. You don't need to win a fight against them. You need to be able to win fights against all the other teams that you might end up engaging with. For them to just kind of say that, it blows my mind considering what's at stake, right? Not only the prize pool here for the finals of the PMCO EEU 2025, but on top of that, just getting a chance to go to PMSL EU. After that, if they perform well there, maybe some PMWC. I mean, the opportunities are out there. You want to show you're the best team? Move on to the next stage first.
Yeah, you know what? You could also do it in style. I mean, I'm just saying. Look at that. Also, I'm just saying this
one right there.
No. This was bad. Don't even start. We're not doing this again.
They're both great. They're both great.
Yes, we are not denying that. But I would give the edge to this one right here because that's just no. I mean, look, hey, I'll take both. I'll take both. You know,
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
mind.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna say no.
I'll drive it.
Give me both. I think we're ready. And you know what? Speaking of ready, we should be ready to jump into game number 1 very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So let us know before we get into game number 1. Who do you think is going to come out on top in that first game on Erangel? Who's going to be coming out with that winner chicken dinner? And I'm going to save you the trouble. We're not doing this prediction and stuff. Well, at least I'm not. You know, I'm just going to pull myself right out of that situation. If you want to predict, that's fine by me, but I ain't doing it.
Okay. Well, for everybody watching, don't forget that you can watch the best teams performing right now. The top 4 teams that will be competing in the PMSL EU, and this is what I'm saying. Just don't target. I mean, unless you have to on the final day, first day, just don't target any other teams unless you need to. All right. If you're forced on a fight, then definitely take that fight. If you're not forced on a fight, we saw it happen during the semifinals too. 2 teams start engaging. They both lose a player apiece, and they're like, hey, you know what? It's not a peace treaty real quick. You back off, I back off. You go your way, I go my way. We live happily ever after. So I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams are going to be doing that, but I'm pretty sure as well that there's going to be some stubborn teams too.
Yeah, of course. And we've seen a couple of those situations where teams, you know, either hot drop with each other or something like that. And maybe they don't even fight. They just, it's just like a standoff against each other. So we're not, a gentleman's agreement that no one's going to attack each other, but we're just there. So, and we're not agreeing to leave either. So we're both just going to waste our time, not, you know, spend time looting, but it's just a lot of posturing and a lot of dancing around. And then it's just a lot of time wasted. So I don't want to see a lot of that specifically in the finals because I feel like it impacts the teams way too much in the later stages of the game. So that's one thing that they have to be wary for. 30, 45 seconds, and of course, depending on the map, you have to be careful of third parties. You have to be careful of so many things.
Yeah, for sure. San, I'm over here thinking, are you sure you don't have a prediction? Like none? You don't have an expectation of what might happen on that top 4?
I mean, I got a top 4 in mind. I got a top 4 in mind, but you know, I feel like writing it. Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. Who doesn't? How could you not? At this point, I mean, you know what? You first.
I'm first? All right.
Yeah,
cool.
you first.
All right, I'll go. So based on what happened in the semifinals and the performances that we saw, right? Boris Gaming has to be up there. I'll be absolutely shocked if they're not. If their teams are able to readjust with on the week off that they had and stop Boris Gaming dominance, especially in Miramar, that would be super surprising. Abby Esports, I feel like for me, that's definitely one team that's also gonna end up being in the top 4 just because of the consistency that we saw out of that team and also being able to have some pop-up performances. For number 3, in a big question mark, even though I was very confident in this team, is gonna be Kodiak. Kodiak was able to put up 84 points in day 1, the second most, followed up by Boris Gaming being able to put up 93 points. That's my top 3. And the 4th one, I'm in doubt right now. I don't know.
Okay. You know, the thing is, like, I'll agree with you on the 3, but I do have to add one more thing for the side of Kodiak. When Kodiak played during, you know, without having Boris in the game, they did not have a good performance at all. Or rather, they did without Boris present.
They did.
They had, they had incredible performance. But when Boris jumped in, that's when they kind of fell off a cliff. They went from 84 points in day 1 to maybe 20 something in day 2, which is where, again, I'm going to bring up the question of, is the consistency going to be there for this team in the finals? Or is the presence of Boris maybe too much for them? Is there, like, does it cut off their rotations? Or, like, is it something, you know, when it comes to, like, Boris dropping around them? I don't know. I'm just saying.
I'm about to put you on the spot. Are you saying that the reason why Kodiak didn't perform well was because Boris was in the lobby?
Yes, maybe. I'm saying that might have been. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, that's not the case. Let me tell you why they actually didn't perform well. They didn't perform well because they were getting into early engagements throughout all those matches on day number 2, which is currently their weakness. That is their biggest weakness. It wasn't even against Boris Gaming. It just came out with anybody that they got into a fight very early on into a match. They would just end up losing that match. What we saw in day 1, if we saw a big contrast, obviously. And just to remind everybody, they did score 84 points in day 1. So they could have just maybe been trying to do something that they're not comfortable with in day 2, which could have been those early engagements. On day one, this team was not taking any early engagements. They were just playing their style. They were being quiet. And then all of a sudden, we would end up being, oh my goodness, Kodiak is still alive. They only have 3 eliminations. Blink of an eye, open our eyes, and all of a sudden they have 7 eliminations, and they're currently trying to get that win. They ended up getting 3 wins. So for me, it didn't even have to be something that Boris Gaming was on the lobby. Hopefully we'll end up seeing today how that actually ends up affecting them. But it did come down to them just willing to take those early engagements. I'm wanting to see if this team is going to take those early engagements today, or if they're going to go back to their day one playing style during the semifinals, which was just worry about their game, try not to engage early, focus on positioning, and then worry about the eliminations, and then worry about the actual final game.
Yeah, they did have a lot of good positions in that first day of the semifinals. So let's see if they manage to pull that off and not be so aggressive in the early stages of the game. But I want to say one of the teams that was kind of aggressive in the early stages of some games didn't really work out for them. Star Soldiers, we brought them up before. When it came to the semifinals, they were one of the teams that started off a little bit hot, wanting to go for those engages constantly. And it did work out for them a couple of times. And then it seemed to just crumble. And then after it crumbled, it never restructured itself again. So also, I guess another one of those teams that does have a lot of aggression in the early stages just needs to work on calculating that aggression a little bit better.
I think a surprise team for me on the top 4. I mean, you talk about Team Modern, KV Sports, all of these other teams. One that might actually be up there for me has to be the Noisy Boys. This team was able to put up great eliminations, but that is the big question mark, right? Because we only saw them being able to put up a lot of eliminations in one match. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was 22 eliminations that we got out of them in the semifinals. But besides that, they ended up with 41 for the total of the 10 matches that they played during the semifinals. So, I mean, we know that the fragging power is there, the potential is there, but it comes down to that consistency. We need to be able to see it, not just the pop-up performances. We need to be able to see if you end up being 16th, you can't end up with the donut. You can't end up with 0 points. At least try to get a couple more LMs your way.
Yeah, you kind of have to, and especially when it comes to the finals. Yeah, I want to say that when it comes to certain teams, they may have to change things up a little bit. Just because this time the qualification is going to be a lot more difficult than it was in the previous stage. So a team like Secret Way, Shockwave, 1337 Juania, I'm going to be looking out for them in the first 2 or 3 games to see if they make any sort of mistakes. And like we mentioned, 0 mulligans in a 12-match grand final. You have to take advantage of every single game. If there's a game that you come out with 0 points, you have to compensate by going a lot better or getting a much better result in the next game. But I don't know.
This team, I mean, they can't have those 0 points. And if they do, like you just said, like we've been saying this whole time, you need to be able to back it up. And I'm going to be looking at some of those bottom teams. I'm hoping that they don't end up starting slow, as we're going to be jumping into the first Erangel of the finals of the PMCO EEU. I'm excited, and I'm even more excited after seeing that playing path. That is a very, very generous playing path.
That it is. We have it. I mean, almost splitting the map down the middle. But I want to say majority of teams, if not all of them, should have the opportunity to go to any location they want to. Maybe Primorsk, Quarry might be a little bit of a stretch, but outside of that, should be perfectly fine. And we're instantly going to be seeing drops already. We know that there are some teams that like to drop towards the northern side in Severny. Secret Way like to go towards Stalberg, Kameshki. Those are their usual drops. BX, that is going to be their area on the north side. But they were cut off a couple of times by a couple of teams, or I think it was a singular squad in the compound south of Severny. So that's something that they have to be wary of going into the games this time around. Yasnaya is looking empty. Hold up. That's sus. How is no one going to Yasnaya? That's not going to happen again. That can't happen again.
I mean, they might know something we don't know. They might have expected some teams to go there and then realize, you know what, there could be a possible hot drop. Because remember, we did end up getting some hot drops in Yasnaya during the semifinals. So maybe a lot of teams were expecting a lot of stuff. But you know what I am loving? I am loving this circle right here. So for some of those teams that maybe didn't want to land just Naya and maybe wanted to land a little bit closer to farm or even in military base, that might have ended up playing out. But for a team like BX Brothers that's currently up in Severny, you gotta loot as fast as possible and start making your way all the way to the circle earlier on, because you don't want to have to wait a little bit too long, and then it just becomes so much harder to be able to find a spot through this circle. Even if it is the first circle, you still don't know how some of these teams are going to be playing. That's we're going to be getting Nexus versus KV Esports very close by here as KV Esports in Nexus. Nubin being able to get a knock right there, and they're more than likely going to be able to confirm this into elimination, as KV Esports is now going to be on the defense.
They have nothing to even defend themselves with. They were knocked out of the sky. Well, one of them was. They're going to go for the revive, but Nibuni getting a little bit too aggressive now. You don't have that much ammo. You have no helmet. You have no armor. You have nothing, but it doesn't matter. He still gets the knock. And will try to get the elim as well, but the rest of his squad still looting up. Keep in mind, this is very early days in our first game. And Abe is jumping right in, but they're dodging them all. Nebuni secures the elim onto Strict, and that is going to be the first point of the game, first point of the finals. And Nexus Gaming, they're not joking around.
They're definitely not. I mean, this was one team that left a little bit more to be desired. What we saw out of them in the semifinals, being able to qualify in that 15th place. They weren't one of the teams that got the most eliminations either. So it's good to see them being able to at least be aggressive here. And for Abby Esports, them just deciding, you know what, we're not going to engage. We don't know what kind of weapons they were working with, if they were even getting a chance to loot as they were just moving around. They did have actual weapons. So they are playing it smarter here. They're saying, you know what, we had a chance to possibly third party that, but let's just focus on this circle. Let's just focus on our gameplay here. We're sticking to the plan, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
Stick to the plan. No need to deviate. It's only game one. We'll deviate from the plan in game two when the plan goes all kinds of wrong.
If you have to, right? If you have to.
If
Do you have any surprise teams for fourth place? I know you and I kind of agree on our top three. But I genuinely don't know what team I have for my top four.
I would put 3 teams. Okay, now I can think of 4. 4 teams to fight for the 4th spot. Yeah, no, I got 4. I would honestly say, where are they? Team Modern, that's for 1. Team Explode is 2. Cave 3, and then I would agree on the team that you brought up, which was the Noisy Boys. Yes, I know it was a one-off thing where they secured 22 elims, and it was the highest that we've seen in the semifinals for this tournament so far. Could do it again. Do it again. But you're going to need to have a little bit more consistency in your other games so that performance isn't the only good one that you have.
That's true. That's true. I think for me, the Noisy Boys, that's just the main one, right? If that team didn't have a pop-up performance in one match like that, I probably wouldn't have never even mentioned them. Another team that I'm actually going to be looking at is going to be none other than KZ Esports. That's another team that was able to frag out, but the big question mark for KC Esports has to be, can they actually end up getting some placement points? Because their placement points was one of the lowest where they were placed within the overall after the semifinals. On top of that, you had K1, another team that was able to get eliminations but just wasn't able to back it up with placement points. I know that sometimes placement points might not seem like that much, but the fact that you're able to just start collecting some extra points that way, and on top back it up with more eliminations, that's just perfect. And Kodiak, you know what, they're not happy just with the hovercraft, they're also going with the glider rotation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you gotta have that air superiority. You gotta have that air support. So you got the, you got them just driving around in their vehicle, and then you got that air support above. That would be absolutely mad if I saw someone like shooting the hovercraft, and then in comes the play. Oh my God! Please, yes, please.
In comes the hovercraft. It's like,
yeah,
spotted you.
Yeah, and then just chases it down, sends the coordinates to the people in the sky, and then they chase them down. They have visual. Oh, look at him. Wait, where's he going?
Look at him.
Brother, where's he go? Where are you going? Just taking in the sights?
I'm loving the He's going further away from the bridge, by the way. I think that's what he's trying to do. He's making sure that nobody's able to spot him from the bridge, because if you start getting shot right here, you're just going to be easy pickings. Yeah, you can see them there. Down there, you can see Novo. He's wanting to go all the way around. This man is going for a trip right now. He's just taking all this scenery in. It's like, you know what, guys? We're not going to fight. And this is the thing. Remember, San, I was talking about it. I don't think this team was going to end up fighting early on. I think that might actually be one of their biggest weaknesses. And they're just going to be focusing on just playing their style, which this is it. This is the smart play to do at the moment. You know what? Grab a glider. Go see if you can maybe meet up with your teammates. We're not really able to see exactly where the rest of his teammates are, if they're already within the circle or what the case might be.
Oh, they were
But he could also be
military
scouting.
base. They were near the radio. They were near the radio tower in the hovercraft. That's the last I remember.
Okay.
So I think it was a solo from Kodiak that dropped wherever he dropped to get the plane and then head over to the rest of the squad on Military Island.
They're just wanting to have all modes of transportation. You know what? I'm not against it. I like
That's
it. You don't wanna
preparation.
end up
That's what
getting
you want to
caught
see.
Trying to find a way in.
We do like a team that comes in prepared. And yeah, here we go. We got line of sight on Kodiak, Kenzor, and the Noisy Boys. They hear something. And now they have line of sight on the hovercraft. They're like, okay, guys, we can't do this. We can't do this. We can't do this. But I believe they have the high ground with them controlling the mountainside. And Kenzor is just kind of scouting around at the moment.
Hey, he was able to
regroup.
make their rotation remodel, I think. No, maybe he's still...
Yeah. No,
he
is.
was. He's in the vehicle now.
So it was
Oh,
just
they're
like a
gonna run into
regroup
Abby now.
situation.
Look at this. They're just collecting all modes of transportation. More vehicles. They just dropped off another player to get a vehicle. They're not sure really what's going to be happening here with this next zone. If it does end up going military. Oh, okay. All right. That's going to allow them to readjust. Novo is going to be open. And that bridge, that eastern bridge, is just going to get absolutely insane. And I'm wondering if any teams might end up setting up for some type of bridge camp, which could be dangerous with the way that this is going to be working here. K1 is already going to have some players within the circle. KC as well. Those two teams, we saw them battle it out during the semifinals. I think with the way that they end up rotating, at least here in the first match, with how close they are, they might end up fighting as well. But they need to watch out because Shockwave is going to be coming in.
And they are. And here we go. Team explodes. Oh, no. K1, no! Not like this. Not like this. One of them falls in the water, but he can still be rescued if Bad Boy gets there. Bad Boy. Bad Boy.
Oh, he got it.
You gotta get there. Okay, it's Slanik. Oh, why is it always Slanik?
It just happens. It happens. In his mind, he's probably thinking it's a Monday. It's Saturday. He'll be able to come back, hopefully.
I was gonna say, brother,
taking shots
it's
on them, though.
Friday. And I'm like, wait a minute. No, it's Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday. K1 just waiting. Trying to see if maybe they can spot that player from BX Brothers. They are going to be able to pick up that. Their knock player. Team Explode. One team that you were mentioning. Nowhere near Abby.
Yes, sir.
So that's good to see. But they're going to have to find a way here. As SC is currently fighting Nexus Gaming. Nexus Gaming having a tougher round. And BX Brothers, I mean, remember, they're landing and subverting. They're going to be battling for position here. Star Soldiers being able to beat some players there from Nexus. And continuing on, making sure they secure this eliminations. That's going to be up to 2 for them.
Okay.
What was
so
Nexus
far
doing this whole time?
I am not sure. They were a little bit too spread. They started off well with them getting the first elimination, and BX Brothers are down. BX Brothers lose one more. I think they're down to their last member. Rami's going to be the last member left. Well, actually, no. There's going to be one more left. Rami's just knocked down. And Cause we've seen what you were able to do in the scrims yesterday and in the practice runs yesterday. We want to see you do it again.
You got to give some context there for that one because that man did end up popping off.
Yes, sir. This man ended up going in the tunnels in shelter and just surviving after losing 3 of his members with 0 elims. He just kept on surviving until squad after squad would end up going to like one of the shelter entrances. He would nade them into oblivion, get a couple of elims, and then go back down and hide. and then the squad upstairs would get wiped out. Another squad comes in, and he just pops out of his hole again, throws a couple of nades, and does it again. He ended up getting second with 7 limbs, so that just gives you an idea of what that player was able to do. But now we got to focus on the zone, because we know 100% it's going to end up on that military base island. And I feel like a team like the Noisy Boys and the team that's held up in Novo should be able to use this to their advantage and have a ridiculously good game. Specifically, the Noisy Boys. You should be able to catch out so many teams from that high ground. Please use it to your advantage.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to maybe flush out some of those knocks, but at least we know that their damage and seeing how aggressive that team can be are going to be going just for that aggression. Meanwhile, Flavius from Nexus Gaming being the last player alive. That team had so much time to work with. Remember, that was that team that was able to knock one of the players from Cave Esports. As Sandstorm were saying, I mean, I think they might have just been too spread out or just too complacent there because they had so much to work with. Meanwhile, Kodiak, they were able to make this rotation. Now they're gaining a lot of room here, but they need to be careful because it's not going to be semifinals. Teams might be willing to fully commit to one fight here. One thing that they were able to do during the semifinals is that they were able to surprise a lot of teams. I think they're starting to realize there that they were a little bit too spread out. Having 7 kick, making sure that he comes a little bit closer. Meanwhile, Me Model getting some other angles, making sure that nobody is going to make a breach there through the beach, as we have Destined to Rise still fighting Team Explode here on the main island. They need to find a way within this circle.
They need to find a way right now. And the thing is, being exposed, not too good. And especially with the fact that Kawara did not have a chance to heal, meaning Ralph is just chilling. Destined to Rise suffer a loss, and I don't think it's going to be the only one that they suffer right now, but they will respond against Team Explode with a knock of their own. Kawara might be able to get revived. Thorfinn is still so very behind, but the revive is going to be there, and Destined to Rise might actually not lose a single member. But the question is, will they make it to the zone? That's what I want to wait and find out. Team Modern lighting up the elimination feed right now with a couple of LMs on Team Explode's members. So we're seeing just elimination after elimination, and still, oh boy, secret.
Talk about finding yourself in a bad spot here. I can't tell if they're just having trouble getting into the military island, or they're just actually wanting to set up this bridge camp just because of the way that they're currently playing it, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to see. I think it might actually be a bridge camp out of this team. Team Explode ends up getting eliminated there. First team fully eliminated out of the first match here in the finals of the PMCO EEU 2025. Top 4 teams will be moving on to the PMSL EU. We'll be finding that out which 4 teams is going to be tomorrow, but this is mostly going to be the build-up. There you go. That's what I want to see.
My God. That circle is going to cause so many problems. Every single one of those buildings on the southern side is going to be occupied. And if SC stay on the bridge, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to survive, just because there's not going to be any cover at all from those buildings straight onto the teams and the players hiding on the bridge. The teams that are playing on the coast in 1337 that are still swimming, not sure what they can do. Boars have lost a member already in this game, and we haven't seen them do anything so far. But again, it's very early days. Slowly but surely, we'll see what they're going to be able to do. And Murayama getting the knock onto Perino. And Charto will be able to secure that one and wrap it up. Cave. Oh boy.
This is why I didn't want to count out Secret Way just yet, because this team is going to be able to just create a lot of wreckage and a lot of just madness throughout this positioning to teams that are trying to get into, teams that are going to have to position themselves. And on top of that, I mean, they have the bridge to themselves. If for some reason we end up on a bridge finish, which can happen, this is going to be the team to beat right here. On top of that, Kodiak, as we were seeing earlier, they were able to kind of regroup, and on top of that, just move around a little bit more away from that area, trying to find the people that were swimming along. Meanwhile, Tulika as well, trying to spot people that are currently swimming across, finding a way into this military base. Is going to be almost near impossible for those players swimming.
Yeah, those teams, those players are going to get picked off one by one. Tulika from Boris trying to see if he can secure anything for his squad right now. Any free point. would have a massive impact on the later stages of the leaderboard. Noisy Boys finally making some noise now as they step up to KZ with Abi right on their heel. Too many teams fighting in this small enclosed area. Noisy Boys getting a couple of knocks as well on them. Falcon goes down, forced to revive, forced to throw a couple of smokes. Abi Esports trying to take down KZ in the chaos. They managed to do exactly that. The nades from Bad Boy secure 2, maybe a third. 1 player left. And Abe actually going for the full push here. Bad Boy not providing the cover that he's supposed to. Iso picks up 1. Falcon revived. Oron and Kenzor are there to defend once more. Abe may have made a mistake in overstepping because they have 3 people knocked down and they might be looking at a full squad wipe.
Wow,
that is not the start you want, Seven.
Abi Esports just pretty much giving that positioning to the Noisy Boys, forcing 2 of their players to go and move up. I think they were just focusing a little bit too much on those elimination points. The Noisy Boys were able to capitalize massively there on that mistake by Abi Esports. Meanwhile, Secret Way, as I was mentioning, this team is just going to continue to do this over and over again until they are forced to just end up leaving the bridge. But overall, what a fumble there by Abi Esports. They had everything going their way. I think they thought that they might have had the angle. I'm not even sure if they were aware that the Noisy Boys was that close. Meanwhile, K1 is now going to start fighting the Noisy Boys. Circle has shifted, and guess who it is? Guess who's going to get favored by it? Boars Gaming. They do only have 3 players. They still have Tulika, Foofsman, and Havlik with them. And with this position here, it's going to be wonders. They just need to make sure they don't end up getting angled by Secret Way. Kodiak, I'm trying to figure out here how they're going to be reacting as Destined to Rise did end up taking some of their area towards the southeast.
That they did. And now we're heading over to one of the teams that has a high probability of making it into the top 4 if they show us the same consistency they did on the first day of their competition. But now Boars, after losing Pusher in the early stages of the game, can they still do it with Destined to Rise, who now we know have actually made it into the zone with all 4 members. They haven't lost a single member there, 7. So they managed to deal with all the hurdles that came with coming into the zone with the late rotation.
Yep, and Destined to Rise also right now having a bit of a split. They're trying to figure out what they were going to be going, at least from what I was able to see there briefly. Boars is just going to be chilling here. I mean, Boars doesn't really have to engage. They just have to make sure nobody gets close enough to them to start throwing utilities, to start throwing Molotovs, nades, even smoke grenades, because of this terrain. Is going to help them out in a big way. Secret Way just has to be patient. They need to make sure that they inch up a little bit closer towards the bridge, towards the island, rather, as that is still within the circle. And Kodiak is actually going to have a hard push here. There you go, Secret Way now making sure that they get a little bit closer to the island. This is when we're going to end up seeing a bit of a tougher push from Secret Way. No longer going to be able to just shoot at people that were swimming across or shoot at people that were maybe a little bit surprised. Now they're also going to be fighting to get in. Star Soldiers ends up getting eliminated. The Noisy Boy still has all 4 players alive. Secret Way here with a beautiful grenade on the Noisy Boys.
To say it.
Race. Sending that player back to the lobby, and they had no idea. They thought that Secret Way wasn't even going to be close to this position here still.
Well, boy, were they wrong with that one. Boy, were they wrong. But, I mean, look, Secret Way right now, cause he's doing what we asked him. He has 3 limbs to his name, 6 in total for the team at the moment. They're currently leading the scoreboard so far. But when the zone shifts away from them, that's when it's going to be a problem. That's when the Noisy Boys, who are basically gatekeeping them, and the last member from Abe, who's right behind the Noisy Boys, and then you have Boars, who are playing on the coast. All these players and all these squads are going to have full line of sight as Secret Way make their way. But Rogo spotted out. Beautiful pickup. 7th elim for the side of Secret Way. And they just keep going. Abe's out in 7th.
I mean, that last player there getting caught. Meanwhile, K1 now having to fend off Kodiak. Kodiak having to be really split here. There you go. Footman being able to find at least one player there from Secret Way. The only way that Secret Way is going to be able to do that push towards the island is if they wait until Boris Gaming is distracted and try to just jump off the bridge, get in the water, and hope that the terrain works in their favor. Bad boy being able to spot 20 there from none other than Kodiak, almost being able to connect there with the headshots with the fully knock, but it didn't end up happening. K1 though, one of the teams, lots of eliminations. They're already there within the placement points. This is what I wanted to see out of K1 in this first match.
Can they keep it up though with the side of K1? I mean, they're getting themselves into a good position slowly but surely. Just need to match that with eliminations now. I'm honestly curious as to what Secret Way are going to be able to do. How are Kodiak going to handle their current position as well? Destined to rise.
They would honestly, Sam, they would have to just jump off that bridge because the Noisy Boys are right there. They would have to hope that nobody spots them jumping out of the bridge and just play the water, play that bottom edge, because there's no way that they can make that push from here to there. Even if you do have utilities, look, they're now starting to think about it. They're like, okay, we can jump out, get behind that boat, or just fight it here. There's only two ways that you can end up having to deal with this here. The smokes are going to be coming in. I don't think they actually want to end up jumping off. Meanwhile, Model having to worry about K1 trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to make sure that they take care of Kodiak here as lost. Being able to spot somebody, being able to possibly hear some footsteps. K1 getting a little bit more aggressive here. They can get this. Eliminations is going to be massive.
That it is. I'm hearing the side of the Noisy Boys on Secret Way. I'm seeing Kodiak now entering into their own fight with Destined to Rise. 20 sets his sights onto Kawara. Not able to get the knock. Yes, he is. He gets one. Almost. Flicks onto the second. Decent bit of damage, but not enough. And now lost. They're fighting a war on two fronts now. And him taking the 1v1 with Bad Boy. Very massive, but he goes down in the end. That's not going to help the lineup of Kodiak now, as Destined to Rise will push on their flank. K1 will also take advantage of this situation too. Meanwhile, Boars still on the coastline, taking their time and enjoying the fact that it's all going to hell on the southern side. And they will reap the benefits of all these fights in the later stages of the game. Kodiak, the model, sending it to the center. And a massive barrage of bullets from Boars takes him down. Element from Destined to Rise. Boys, the Boars are just picking up one right after the other. And the teams have no idea where to go. And suddenly, Boars are in the lead. And we're down to 4 squads.
Boars playing it perfectly. They don't really have to do anything. They just have to wait for everybody to fight it out. They have nothing to worry behind them. Everything that's behind them is just water. And with the terrain that they have to work with, nobody's really going to be able to put some shots on them, because on top of that, you have Secret Wave being too worried there with the Noisy Boys. And now they don't even have to worry about it, because Secret Wave does end up getting eliminated there in 4th place. This is looking like it's going to be a Boars Gaming win. Let's see what the circle is going to be doing here, as we will end up getting one. And they still have one player there. They're going to have Foosman within that circle, which is going to allow Tulika and the rest of the team here just to do their rotation with the terrain on their favor. They need to be careful, though, because K1 is being aggressive here. If this team, for some reason, decides to send it on Tulika and the other players are not able to really get an angle on it, that could be the biggest mishap there for them, as the Noisy Boys now take control of the bridge, still finding a way there within the circle. This is going to be an intense finish here. It might not be as easy as I made it sound there at the start. Boars Gaming, it might have become a little bit more difficult, considering that K1 still has so many players alive. There you go. Tulika's getting shot, playing the off angles there. Here comes the push that I was hinting at from K1.
Oh no, and they managed to actually take down Tulika in the close range fight. That's exactly what K1 needed. And now Havlik and Foopsman forced to play on their own. The Noisy Boys, this is where you come into third party. This is when you take advantage of the situation, come in and eliminate the last few players. But now Foopsman forced to return. Havlik, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do. He's actually just getting himself a little bit of cover. Havlik decides he's going to place the close range fight, while Foopsman provides the cover. Havlik with a nade. Foopsman has his weapon ready. But here comes K1. They're sending it. Havlik's down. He's out for the count. Foopsman is going to be the next to follow. Well, he should be. But K1 now feeling the pressure from the side of the Noisy Boys. But Foopsman in a 1v3, not sure what he's going to be able to do. And he will go down. And all of a sudden, 3v3, K1, Noisy Boys. So many teams that we mentioned. And let's see if we have someone who got the prediction right from the audience, from our viewers. Whoever said the Noisy Boys or K1, now is the time to show your support. Again, 3v3, they have the high ground. They're trying to get the revive. They're playing this slow. I'm not sure if they're going to allow it, though. Beautiful peek. Still 2 knocks secured. Now it's a 2v2. Hyso peeks once more, but again, taking the fight on his own. He has no backup. It's still a little bit too far away, and he goes down. K1 with the huge advantage now. It's all down to Kenzor. Can he secure it? 1v2. No cover, and it is going to be K1 who takes our first chicken dinner of the day.
K1 with the aggression, taking care of Kodiak, taking care of Boris Gaming. They found an opening and they absolutely went for it. I was talking about it there. That was the only way that K1 was going to end up getting that win. If they just fully send it to one of those Boris Gaming players and hope that the other players weren't just going to be able to back him up because of the distance there. For the Noisy Boys, great play as well, though. I wish it would have been everybody making that push and not just Kenzor there waiting in the bridge. If it would have been everybody, I think they would have been able to just overpower K1 overall, man. What a performance here in the first match of the finals. This is what I was expecting. A little bit of unexpected surprises that we saw here and there. And teams starting to step it up, making the right decisions with what we saw from K1 being so aggressive.
And that's something that we had in K1's and I believe also KZ's first game of the semifinals. They started off very, very strong, but then consistency wasn't there. Other teams were able to adapt a little bit better. So still, great job for the K1 lineup to get that chicken dinner. And like you said, they had to send in on either one of the players from the sides of Boars in order to secure the dub. The only thing that would have helped the Noisy Boys as well is, if, like I mentioned during the cast, push. You have the teams fighting each other. This is the moment where you take advantage of them fighting each other, either third party or slowly get closer and closer. But at the end of the day, it's still K1 who took the chicken dinner. It's Foopsman, though, from Boars, who managed to secure the MVP. 4 eliminations, 994 damage. That's when we had, I believe, a lot of the teams from the southern side of the zone slowly make their way just over the ledges that would expose them to Boars that were on the coast.
I'm not surprised there to see any of the Boars players, especially Foopsman, being able to get that MVP because of what you just mentioned, because of the terrain that they were working with, because they just didn't really have to fight until the end. They could be a bit of a pass to all the other teams, but overall, what a performance out of some of these teams. The Noisy Boys, I do have to give them some props, not because of how that finished, but earlier on, remember, that was a team that was up in radar, and as soon as they realized that it wasn't going to be going their way, they moved up. They took the fight with Abby Esports, with the mulligan there, with a bit of a throw there that Abby Esports was able to do. They capitalized on it, and on top of that, they took care of Secret Way on the bridge. Great plays, man. I'm hoping that this continues out of the team. It is good placement points. It is good eliminations, but can you actually continue to do that? Because if anything, from what you have told me, Sandstorm, is that Boars Gaming going into the next match for Miramar, more than likely they will be able to continue with that performance.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting some magic from the Boars in the next game. I mean, we saw some in our first game of the day with their positioning in the center of the zone, and they took advantage of that. They managed to come out with a lot of elims. And we're seeing the statistics from our last match, Bad Boy, who unfortunately lost the 1v1, but still he had 4 eliminations, tying with a couple of other people. Foops had the most damage. Kenzor with those eliminations coming through using the nades. Tulika, regardless, he will be there on some level. 380 meters. That is the highest and the longest distance elimination that we've seen so far. I think 382 was something that we witnessed in the finals, either 382 or 372. But I mean, hey, it's pretty up there right now. So who knows if we're going to be seeing someone break that. But going back to Abi and what we were mentioning, what you mentioned before. Because here's the thing. I feel like we mentioned the mulligan situation and how, some teams can have like maybe one game, but in this final, try and have at least, if not 0 bad games. And Abi still came out with 5. So not that bad. It's not a 0 game. It's not a 0-point game. So that's
It's
positive.
not. It's not. I'm trying to be positive here, but it was just such a throw for that team. I'm surprised at the off angle that they had. I
100%.
really
I agree.
wish we could get a chance to talk to those players and try to figure out why they ended up making that push there, considering that the Noisy Boys were so close and they were already engaging. So they had to know that there was 2 different teams there. They had to be super aware of it. For them to push up that close and kind of allow Noisy Boys to take on that fight, that definitely ended up surprising me. But I'm with you. You know what? They ended up getting at least some points their way. They were able to clutch up at least one of those placement points. And going off from here, I mean, we end up having 4 teams with that big old donut. 1337, KV Sports, Shockwave, BX Brothers. This is your mulligan. Now, if you want to be in the top 4, if you want to be able to move on to the PMSL EU, if you want to bring the hype to the fans currently watching you from their home, you need to end up being able to back it up. You need to be able to respond here in this next match.
Yeah, and that next match, Miramar, boys and girls, get yourselves ready. It's time to take off within the next minute or 2. So, of course, let us know. Predictions. Who do you think is going to win and who is going to take that first place spot in our first Miramar, and why? Why is it Boars?
You're sticking to that one.
Okay. Oh, heck yeah. It's their map, dude. I can't not pick them specifically for Miramar. It has to be done. It has to be done. I mean, look, dude, you saw when they played that first Miramar?
Yeah.
They had no right surviving in that spot. They had no right. They didn't win the game, but they got a lot of points. That's what matters.
KV Sports is usually able to perform. Abby Esports is able. They've gotten a win. Thinking about the semifinals in Miramar as well. So there is some teams that can pose a bit of a threat there. And I mean, as you mentioned, Boars Gaming has also been able to perform really, really well too. One team that was not able to get a win in Miramar, that was one of their weakest maps too, that cannot allow for that to be one of the weakest maps here, is going to be Kodiak. I actually thought I was really happy with the way that they were able to rotate. It reminded me a lot of what I was talking about from day one of their semifinals, just focusing on positioning. But they were a bit too spread out, and that's when Destined to Rise was able to surprise them. And just even losing that just one player in that area with that what they were working with ended up hindering them in a big way. And I'm surprised that they didn't end up keeping the hovercraft too. I wonder what happened to that, because it would have played out perfectly there, especially for Me Model. I think it was Me Model, right, if I'm not wrong, that made that push towards the middle of the circle. If you would have had the hovercraft still somewhat fresh, you would have been able to hop out, angle it in a way. It's easier said than done, obviously, ladies and gentlemen. But angle it in a way that you can use it as cover. That could have been even more of a winning play in regards to them being able to clutch up more points.
100%. I guess maybe because there was a couple of squads on the high ground and in the mountainous areas that they kind of just shredded any kind of vehicle. So maybe, maybe I would say it was definitely destroyed or something like that, because there was a lot of squads. I think I saw at least 2 or 3 hovercrafts in that game. So, and towards the end game, none of them survived. There's no way, because everyone knows how deadly they can be and how useful they can be, especially in those later stages of the game. So you don't want to deal with that. So the server collectively agreed, nope, and just destroyed it. So we are not doing this.
And for Secret Way, I mean, we got to give that team some props too.
Yeah, honestly,
right? we saw them chilling on the bridge. We're like, okay, what are you guys trying to do here? You guys trying to find a way in? You guys maybe trying to do a possible bridge camp? With the way that they were set up, I think it was a possible bridge camp, because there was still a lot of teams outside of the circle, but they ended up going the path of just taking the swim instead of taking the risk through that actual bridge. For that team, you know what? It ended up working out. You guys were able to back it up with 7 eliminations. On top of that, you were able to back it up with 4 placement points. That is how you want to be able to start for that team. So good props to you. Let's see what can happen here on the second match. And let's see also what kind of circle we're going to be getting, because are we expecting any hot drops? We got some in Picado.
We did get some in the semifinals. I want to say in our last day, though, we didn't really have that many, I think, for Miramar. That's the thing. Like, when it came to this tournament, we didn't really see a lot of hot drops.
Not an insane amount, right?
Yeah, and I think it's been one of the most peaceful tournaments that I've seen so far. I mean, heck, even when it came to like the Sanhok games, we barely saw teams hot dropping, if any. in boot camp
yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, I'm just saying, it's like in the map where you expect and you have the highest chance of a hot drop, we barely had any hot drops.
I think it's maybe this team is realizing what's currently at stake. We didn't end up seeing Abby Esports hunt down Team Explode. I think maybe what they were referring to in that video, Sandstorm, is that if they see that a player is knocked, if they eliminate a player and they realize it's Team Explode,
they're gonna focus.
Then they might try to be a little bit more aggressive. I wonder if that's what they meant, and I wonder if we're gonna be able to get a chance to see that today. Because if we see that, man, that's gonna. I hope it works their way. Sorry, Team Explode fans, but if it doesn't end up working their way, it's gonna be just a big, just scratching my head, saying, "Why are you being so aggressive when you don't need to be?"
Yeah, that is the one thing that you can't let that happen. You can't just tunnel vision on something like that. You have to always look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture here is top 4. It doesn't matter which one, honestly. It really doesn't. Unless, obviously, price pool difference, then yes. But in those top 4 spots, the main thing that people should be focusing on is getting that spot into the PMSL EU, because getting yourself into that competition opens you up to not just the opportunity to play against the best players in the region, but it also gives you an opportunity to develop and hone your skills more and more. And it also kind of exposes you to bigger organizations. It exposes you to other opportunities that you can follow as well in esports as a player. So this could just be the stepping stone for you when it comes to the PMCO. So take advantage of every single game you play, because you don't know. You could be playing with a team in PMCO, you get to PMSL, and then, you know, something's like roster changes happens, and people are looking for new players, new skill levels, new names to enter the scene, and you could be that guy. You could be one of those people. And again, I will remind you, we had it. Yeah, 7. Even you can do it. Even you can do it. Listen, you're not that old. You got this. Like, I still believe you.
It ain't about age, baby. It's about this thumbs. I want them to go one way and to go the other way.
Yeah, can't help you
it
there,
doesn't
Chief.
end up working out the way I want them to. But hey, every once in a while, you know what? I tried Gyro once. Didn't go my way. As we're getting ready here to go towards Miramar.
You might have some loose wires, my guy. I don't know. You might. Yeah.
Some tendons just aren't working right in my thumb. All right, that's the excuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's my excuse. That's what I'm going with. That's what I'm sticking with. Going into Miramar, we talk about some of the teams there that we are expecting to end up performing well. Do you think that BX Brothers, Shockwave, KV Sports, maybe 1337, Juania, do you think they might be able to bounce back here?
Well, they kind of have to. It's not a question. I mean, it is a question of whether they can or can't. They have to. If they don't, 2 mulligans, 2 bad games in a row, that's just instantly going to be the team feeling demotivated, especially if, let's say, like one of the teams that ended up in like top 3, top 4 in game 1 also end up doing the same thing in game 2. Because like the more and more you see that, the more and more you catch up with the leaderboard and you notice, hey, like these teams are actually getting further and further away. And then there's less and less that me and my team can do, because either we hot drop every single one of those teams in the top 4, top 5 spots and eliminate them, or we need to go on an ungodly streak and murder everyone in the lobby and get all the elimination points, and then that way you can catch up. Then it starts stacking up. You start thinking there's too many things I have to do. You overwhelm yourself. Next thing you know, bam, you're done. You're not even thinking about the tournament, and then you just eliminate yourself from participating in the rest of the games mentally. You're not even there.
Yeah, one thing that I would say did end up going their way for those teams with 0 points after that first match is that we didn't necessarily see an insane pop-up performance by just one team or 2 teams. It wasn't too top heavy, which is usually what you want to see, especially if you're one of those teams towards the bottom with those 0 points, because now the gap is still close. It's not going to be a ridiculously gap right off the bat after first match. I mean, for some of them, it is obviously a 19-point gap to the first place, but you can actually achieve that if you're able to back it up here. We've seen Gave Esports. We were talking about them earlier on, how that was one team that could possibly end up being a bit of a surprise. It didn't go their way right off the bat. They ended up losing a player right away, which, man, awful start there. I'm pretty sure they'll be readjusting. And if there is one team that I would have to pick out of those 4, I think Cave Esports might be that team that can possibly end up backing it up here and just getting that second win here in the first Miramar when we end up going to it. But overall, man, it has to be quick and it has to be in this match. You can't. I usually say Wait until Sanhok, because the madness of Sanhok kind of allows them to just take advantage of it. Maybe third party, maybe get some cheeky points here and there, those easy points. But with what's everything at stake, only top 4, you're not gonna have that luxury to do that.
Yeah, you're not going to have that luxury whatsoever. So make sure you are not missing out on taking advantage of those chances, you guys. Games. And we are waiting for just a few more people to get in their seats on the plane. They're still, they got bigger suitcases than they're supposed to. So now we got to have the hostesses and the stewardesses and all those guys. They got to help them put the suitcase in the right place and then shut it down, close it all good, make sure everyone read the safety manual so we know what we're doing, in case of a crash. No, not really. I honestly just get on the plane and instantly headphones, even when they tell me, like, listen to the safety thing. Listen, I think I've flown enough times for me to give you the safety briefing at this point. Okay, so honestly, don't even start with me. And it's like, yes, I know.
Exit row, they're like, you good with exit row? And I'm like,
I say, yeah.
2 thumbs up. I'm good. You got this.
Yeah. I will definitely help everyone first before, yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what I would do too.
Actually, here's the question for you. What is the responsibility of the person that is sitting at the emergency exit door?
Making sure that you get out first and you don't block the way.
Exactly. That's what you need to do. So just say only in case of emergency.
Or you might actually have to open the door. Not sure.
I don't know. I think the emergency exit's just kind of like a no. I'm not gonna find. I would hope to God I don't have to find out.
We will find out. I'm pretty sure somebody in the comments is gonna let us know. Probably somebody. You know what? I'm a pilot. I know what you're supposed to do. Even though I'm at the front of the plane, I'm usually the one telling you what to do, anyways.
That's true.
He's relaying all the information right now. The pilot is just telling all the players at home, "Hurry up, man! We're trying to start the next match." We're trying to get ready and going, baby, because we have talked about anything we could possibly talk about that first match, and we're just excited. I can't wait to see which teams are going to be performing here on the first. I was going to say the second Miramar. Whoa.
Hold your horses,
buddy. Calm down. It's just the first Miramar, which Sandstorm is saying Boars Gaming is definitely 100% guaranteed going to win that first Miramar. Yep. See, he didn't say no.
Something like those words, but maybe not in that way. I don't know if I would go with like 100%.
It's
maybe
not guaranteed.
No, it's 99.9998%.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance
that they might lose.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I thought you would go reverse. That's actually a lot of confidence for that team, though. And to be fair, they deserve it because they have been performing really well in Miramar.
It's just because I'm basing it off of, one, the player's experience, two, statistically in the games that they've played on Miramar in this tournament so far, and also in previous tournaments that I have seen for the same lineup, different organization, different team, same stuff. But it was always consistent when it came to their performance. And also, they competed at a higher level and still had a consistent performance on Miramar multiple times against some of the best teams in the region. And that was when, and I'm talking last year, when you had the best in EU, plus the best Turkish teams, plus the best teams in MENA, all fighting each other. So technically you had the best teams in 3 regions. And they were still some of the best. And they made it to like qualifying for the Super Weekend and for the Grand Finals of the tournament solely off of their performance from Miramar. So I can expect them to make top 4 based off of Miramar matches on their own.
Ooh. Oh. Okay. All right.
I'm just saying. Don't do the math. Don't do the math.
Now you got me doing the math in my head.
Don't do it.
Now I'm going to have to fact check you.
No. Don't do that.
Just based on Miramar. You think, all right, realistically, be honest with me.
Okay. Yeah.
No BS.
Okay.
Do you actually think just based on their performance, if we were to remove everything, based on the 4 matches out of 12 that they get a chance to play in Miramar, they would still get top 4?
I would honestly say it's possible. If we had like a similar top-heavy leaderboard like we did for the semifinals, that's when it would work for them.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
then it would be like them and 3 other teams that are completely destroying the competition, and then the rest are slacking behind, like we saw in the semifinals, because it was exceptionally top heavy when it came to that leaderboard. So if it's the same thing here again, honestly, 4 top 2 finishes, 10 elims each one, that sounds like something that they could honestly do in Miramar. That's not something that I would see as unrealistic for a team again like
Yeah.
that. They've played against better players, they've played against stronger organizations, more experienced teams. Just based off of that and a lot of their experience, I think that they should have a high chance. But let's see if I'm right, because finally, here we go, game 2 underway. This time we have a plane path from just north of Impala, heading towards the southern sides of the Riera and just north of Riera. So I like this, but the teams that are dropping towards the Cabrera, Torre Ahumada, Campo Militar, those kind of locations, we may not see a lot of activity there.
For that one team that loves going Campo Militar, I mean, maybe the Noisy Boys. I can't remember off the top of my head which team it was, but you better hop on a vehicle as soon as possible. Go loot it as fast as possible, too. But I'm going to be looking actually at Pecado. I'm going to be seeing if possibly we can end up getting a bit of a hot drop here, because this plane path would allow it. Hacienda El Patron has been pretty active lately, too. San Martin as well. And the main one, Los Leones. I mean, you're going to have possibly 3 teams here. Kodiak is going to be a bit split there. Model is going to be by himself. And I think he's starting to realize... I think he's starting to realize there's way too many teams Los Leones. From what I remember before from semifinals, Kodiak did like playing Los Leones whenever it was a playing path like this. So great adjustment out of that team to just be able to realize. And oh my goodness, is this PMGC 2024 finals? Because that is a circle if I've ever seen one. Almost 40% water? Jeez.
Please, no, not again. Not again. It's too early. It is, 1, it is way too early for this kind of talk. 2, I would love this kind of zone. Sure. Maybe if it was like, last 2 games of, I don't know, maybe the final. I'd like a zone like that then. That would be perfectly fine.
I want it now.
You know what? Fair. You're the kind of person that wants to have his cake and eat it too, huh?
Yes, sir. What kind of cake we talking about here, as nobody's currently fighting?
Chocolate, always, dude. Chocolate. I don't listen. I don't understand people who complicate cake. Cake can be simple. Chocolate cake is simple. Don't give me any of this like Black Forest with all the extra stuff on top, cherries and whatnot. Nah, I'm a simple man. You get chocolate cake and I'm good. So there's no need to overcomplicate. No strawberries, no mangoes, none of that extra. No.
You have fully demoralized me for the rest of the day, because I love me some fruit on top of that cake, son. Anything. Strawberries.
Okay, what's your cake type?
Throw some more in there.
Favorite cake.
Oh my goodness. Yo, we're in Miramar. Get that tres leches ready. My body's gonna hate it afterwards, but I'm gonna enjoy it in the moment.
I mean, look, I'll agree. I'm definitely.
Okay. All right. I thought you were just strictly chocolate.
No. I mean, look, is it doce de leche? Right?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that. Oh my God. Yeah, that's something special.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
like
have
that,
it
like
often,
that.
But I still
Yeah.
do it.
yeah. Like it's a nice little treat. Here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, have you tried the pull-up bar yet? By the way.
I have. I definitely have. And just to give a little bit of context to people that are currently watching the stream, I recently got a pull-up bar. Sandstorm did not get me into it, but surprisingly, he was talking about it yesterday. I was like, "Hey, I recently got one. I'm trying to start doing different workouts here, trying to get a bit rid of my dad bod." We'll see if he ends up happening though. I'm looking to see what some of these teams are doing. Nexus Gaming just fully sending it down this hill. You know what? Go for it, Nexus. I'm intrigued to see what those 4 teams at the bottom are going to be doing, though. KV Sports, Shockwave, VX Brothers, and 1337 Guania. How will they be reacting here? How they're going to be playing? Are they going to be playing a little bit more towards that center of the circle with the circle that we have to work with? Or are they going to be trying to work more over the edge? As right now, Shockwave is going to be at least having one player within the circle, actually having multiple players inside that circle. So that's good to see. Getting all that utility. And trust me, with the way that the circle is currently working, depending on how it ends up going, if we do get somewhat of a city finish, because I believe there is a city there towards that area, and I've seen it in the past. I just can't remember the name of the city on the top of my head. That utility could come in handy.
Maybe, but I mean, you mentioned how they were kind of split up a little bit. A couple of teams seem to be doing that in the early stages of this game, but I mean, hey, this is kind of what you expect in Miramar. First 5, maybe to 7 minutes. If there's no hot drops or anything like that, it's just going to be a very calm start to the game. That, I don't know what kind of inflatable tires you got on that monster truck. I don't know how it fit between those, but that is perfectly fine.
With my height, I could honestly probably walk under that monster truck without any issues.
That's very true. That's very true.
Short as heck, baby.
Man.
Let's go.
Short kings. Hey, we love our short kings.
Goodness. I'm loving the skins that we're seeing so far in this
Hey,
tournament.
yo.
I mean, this right here, the Koenigsegg. Sheesh, sign me up. Oh, barely missed that. Barely missed that. By the way, they went all the way down from Los Leones to loot in Portona. Okay, Kodiak. Great adjustment there from this team. Making their way across, trying to see if they can work their way up now to Los Leones. Great timing too to do it too. You still have 2 minutes and something until we get the next one. Circle is currently closing in. Boars Gaming, they're chilling. They're already within the circle. They're already looking at a compound to work with. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they are currently within, Puerto Paraíso. That's where they're at. Gonna be taking over this gas station. Quick little refill.
Is he filling
Make sure
up?
fine. Getting some
Is he
snacks.
filling up on gas?
Pee break. Everything that you need to do during that pit stop.
Yeah, no, I already had my tea break. I'm just thinking about what's next.
Food. Don't get me started. I'll be hungry.
Okay.
Gonna be
No.
a long
Hold
day.
on. No. Hold on. Let's say, because you live in Texas, road trips are that's your everyday trip.
That's a whole Europe
like,
trip.
Yeah, that's a whole Europe trip. Like, I mean, I'm just saying. Listen, it takes 4 hours to go from like the east of Ireland to the west, and you can drive 10 hours and still be in the same state. So, what are your road trip snacks? Oh, I mean, you know what? Never mind. We might see KZ, but I'll give you something to think about while we have this fight right now. Because BX brothers, they're starting something. And that's with a knock onto Moriyama. Perfect opening. And now Rami might be going for a flank on the left side. KZ trying to see if they can recover with a revive. So just buy yourself some time and slow things down.
Rami was able to get that off angle there, and there you go. Being able to back it up with another nade, gets a knock, gets a confirmed elimination, and continuing on the push here. I don't think Casey has fully realized that they still have Rami pushing up. It is going to be that last player there from Casey. Can he back it up? And he's not going to be able to, as BX brother getting that 4-piece without losing anybody for a bounce back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're talking about. This is what we want to see. We want them to be able to get those eliminations, not lose anybody, and still have all the time in the world to just focus towards later into the game. Great play there by BX brothers, and another team that we definitely want to see a little bit more of, as I got a chance to see them there in the elimination field, was 1337 Juania. They ended up getting a knock, not a full elim just yet.
Yep, I believe it was on the side of Explode that they managed to secure one of those elims. But I definitely agree. Great start for a team that suffered in our first game of the day to get those 4 elims without losing a single member. But now we see a drop that's headed to one of the islands, a zone shifting towards the northern side. And at least now we know it's all good. Our hearts can rest a little bit. The zone's not going to be shifting there. Highly doubt it. We should be seeing the game end around the south side of Truck Stop, maybe around the likes of Impala.
Yes.
But we are going to jump back to Kodiak now, when we saw them split up in the early stages of the game towards the south side of Los Leones, and then they went to Puerto Paraíso all the way towards the south side. They looted that, they crossed the bridge, and now they're making their way towards the zone alongside a couple of other teams. 1337 Juania being one of those teams as well. And now I think we're going to be seeing quite a few of those teams spread out in this area. And this is going to be a very curious situation for a few of those teams. Is right.
Jimmy and Impala finish after what we saw there on that circle. 13:37, having two teams nearby. Nexus, remember, they were able to knock one player earlier from Nexus. Glad to see Nexus being able to bounce back from that. But 13:37 now being fully surrounded here from every angle. Talk about a sandwich that you don't want to be a part of and you don't want to eat. Not only having to worry about Nexus there with the high ground, getting those off angles. On top of that, you have to worry about behind you, Kodiak. A team that you can definitely know they can be aggressive. It's still earlier into the game. So I highly doubt that Kodiak is going to try to be too aggressive here, as is usually their weakness. And there you go. One player almost being spotted and knocked there by 13:37. Getting a little bit lucky from Kodiak that he didn't end up getting knocked. And meanwhile, Boars Gaming, I feel like this might be their playing style for the rest of the day. Just waiting for their time, letting everybody else fight each other. And if you're not forced to fight, honestly, with the way that things have been going for this team, don't fight it. You know that you can fight it. You know in your mind you can definitely win those fights. But right now, just do your thing. Let everybody else fight. Less people to worry about. You're not trying to go for any record Sports Gaming.
Why not?
It's the finals. It's the finals.
Fair. There are more important things than setting a record. Qualify for PMSL and set the record there. That's an even bigger statement.
I like that.
Right? Why set it in the PMCO when you can set it in the PMSL? And that's exactly what every single one of these 16 teams is fighting for right now. With every moment that they're trying to survive and fight to be the last team standing, they want to be one of those 4 teams that participates against the best that Europe has to offer. And then from there, we get to see what they're able to do against some of the best teams in the world. In tournaments like PMWC and PMGC. Oh, but I just can't wait for those.
The tease. I can't wait to. All right, I'm excited. Just the fact that we're going to be able to see this right now, see who's going to be qualifying to PMSL EU. And then hopefully from there, if any of those teams end up performing well, we might end up seeing it at PMWC. Anything can happen, as Impala finish is looking like anything can happen. Boars continuing on that just split, on that 2-2 split there towards the east. They know that nobody's going to have to worry. A bit of a reminiscence there of what happened in the first match. They're just having water behind them, not really having to worry about much. Meanwhile, I'm looking at all these other teams taking over compounds. Kodiak is going to be one of them. They're sitting pretty. And meanwhile, Shockwave is trying to find a way here towards 13:37. They're going to be very, very close. That utility that I was talking about earlier might end up coming into play very soon.
Very soon indeed. BX Brothers. Looney. Oh my god. Looney is going for like the highest of grounds possible at the moment. But he's also going to expose himself a lot on the way there. So I'm not sure if that's what he wants to do. I think he may have backed off, but still. More and more teams are going to start to make their way to the same location. Hitsy from Shockwave.
Lucky because of timing.
The timings that we notice sometimes are incredible.
Yes. If it was us, it would go the complete opposite way. This team's at one point, I mean, they're going to have to engage. They're just so close here. They might get one more circle, I feel like, but after the next circle, they're definitely going to have to engage. Unless we end up getting a full Impala finish as Abby Esports, knocking some people there from Super Soldiers, Star Soldiers. I keep thinking Super Soldiers just because it sounds so cool, but yeah,
it's you know what? It's epic. Superstar Soldiers epic. No.
Meanwhile, Trouble looking like an absolute AI stud on this picture. Loving the pose. Trying to see 13:37.
What pose would you strike going for a picture like that?
I don't know. I think I will do something silly. Oh no! 17.
No, he tripped.
He missed the jump there, and he ends up hurting him. 13:37. Capitalizing on this, and now Kodiak is trying to see if they can find a way to stop this flush from happening. It's gonna be very hard though, with the way all of this is working out. I think they're gonna have to sacrifice that player right there for Kodiak, because there's just too many teams too many angles to cover if you try to go for that revive.
Yeah, like I'm not even sure how they're going to be able to help him out. And right now, K1 will be able to get their hands on a couple of limbs here. They did. Oh, wait a minute. They're actually suffering a little bit, but at the hands of who? Is it someone from the BX brothers? Yes, it is. Looney. We did mention he had the high ground in the middle of the zone, so he might actually have the perfect line of sight. He's just giving the info, relaying that to the rest of the team. Well, the rest of the team now is just a duo as they have lost Rami and Suro. And now it's just about survival for those two. And seeing how many limbs they can get.
Fully flush. They weren't able to pick him up. Meanwhile, Charles threw that nade earlier that ended up knocking the player from K1. He really wasn't able to do much with it after that as he threw a backup nade, but I think it was towards the other players. I'm surprised he didn't go for that flush right there. Kodiak, the team that's usually focused on positioning, finding themselves here with this terrain, with everything going on their way, is just going to be tough. A team that we haven't really seen them perform really well in Miramar. If they can somehow turn this around, will be good for them. Shockwave very close by. That's a team that needs the points. 13-37 as well. Good to see that none of these teams have been eliminated just yet. Board Gaming, you know exactly what they're doing. They're just chilling us. Levi's trying to make sure he doesn't get that, end up getting knocked right there. It was so close. Me Model almost finding the spot. You were talking about poses. What I would do, I'm really enjoying the pose that Me Model's doing right there on his picture on the bottom right hand side of your screen. Meanwhile, realizing that Team Explode sounds very, very close. All these teams, man, they could end up engaging, and I feel like we're gonna end up getting a chance where they're gonna end up engaging all at once.
I mean, if they don't engage now, it's going to get so much more difficult. We have passed the 16-minute mark, and we still have 15 teams alive and well. Yes, we have 51 players. We've lost quite a few players so far, but we still have 15 squads, and Looney now in a position that is not to be envied. Last member from his squad, everyone's dancing around him, trying to find him, trying to eliminate him. Not many chances for him to actually take a fight, or this is going to be quite a peculiar situation for him to be in.
BX Brothers being patient here. It is going to be just Looney by himself trying to find a spot. Is he going to go for it? He's going to be able to get that knock there. You're going to be extra. Should you flush him out, though? I don't know if he was able to get it, and he didn't end up getting it, though. He is going to be able to find some players there. From Abby Esports. Abby Esports once again finding themselves in a bad situation. Star Soldiers ends up getting eliminated from this match. Oh man, it's just so hard to work with all this terrain here. Imagine if BX Brothers just had more than just one player there. Luckily for them, you know what? We have to give them some props. They do already have 4 eliminations going their way. So even if you do end up getting eliminated here,
yeah, but if you had 2 here, Seven, if you had 2 here set up from the first place, and then 2, like if you had a 2-2 split, at least the person here can peek freely and risk being knocked down, but he'll always have the opportunity to get revived by his teammate. That might have been a better situation to be in, but we'll get back to that later. Now we see the zone once again shifting towards a little bit of the southern side. Boars. Surprisingly, so I told you. I mean, I'm just saying, they're a team that knows how to play Miramar. They're a team that knows where to put themselves, and look at that. They're the only team that's on the coastline, and all the other teams are fighting for control in this area. And the second the zone shifts away, which I think it will, all those teams are going to eliminate each other before making it to the next zone. We're going to be dropping from 14 to maybe 6 teams.
All those fights are gonna start happening. This is when you find out which teams are wanting to secure themselves some placement spots too. As Team Explode with only 3 players trying to see if they can spot anybody from 1337. Meanwhile, Nexus on the elimination feed being able to knock another player from K1, securing that elimination. BX Brothers still with this player at the top, making sure he doesn't fully overextend. He wants to see if he could possibly get some more extra points, and this will be the time right here. You got to be able to hit those shots. He's going to be hitting some, but it's not going to be enough. The vehicle's almost going to be able to explode, and he might be able to find a way here as Avi Esports pushed up to Team Explode. He's going to realize that, get on his vehicle, and see if he can possibly third party that. Great play there by Looney. I'm really enjoying this. He just needs to be careful, though. He doesn't want to overextend or overexpose himself, as they do have the numbers to their advantage. No, you gotta open the door and be expecting for somebody to be looking at you. You can't just open the door and be like, hello, hi, may I come in? You're not a vampire, my boy. You gotta just start spraying and praying.
And that's exactly what they did. And now we move on to Cave Esports. Cave, who've been able to qualify in the top 5, tied in 4th with Team Modern. Can they now turn the tides on Destined to Rise and take them out? They did so with the first, and now the second follows. Thorfinn coming in a little slow, a little delayed for this team fight. Cave are starting to wrap this fight up already. Thorfinn peeking. Will he be able to get something out of this one? Oh, yes, he does. He takes down the first. Will be able to secure as well. And all of a sudden, wait, hold up. This got turned around on Cave? Cave are all of a sudden 1v2. Pudinho gets the knock onto the first one, secures it as well. I think there was a C4 going on in the background as well. I don't know what the heck is happening in this fight right now, but all I know is that Boars have decided to push as well. Third-party elements coming in. Meanwhile, Destined to Rise still haven't finished this fight, and Foopsman steals it away. Boars are here to just wipe the floor with all these squads and secure as many compounds as possible doing so. They managed to get 3 elims, and they might be on the road to the 4th.
For Boars Gaming, great awareness there out of that team. They need to be careful, though, because everybody's just so close. They are within striking distance. Kodiak still having some players alive, currently with 3. Shockwave, even though they have some players alive, they currently don't have any elimination points. They're not going to be within those placement points just yet. They need to make sure they get some. Oh my goodness, Hitsy, you were just barely being able to survive right there. Getting away with murder in a way. I thought he was going to end up getting knocked. Barely being able to survive. And these 2 teams are going to be outside the circle. You can see the terrain's not going to be going their way. They only have 1 vehicle so far for them. The smokes are going to be coming in for Kodiak. There you go. Everybody has a vehicle. Okay, that's even of a better chance that they will end up making it if they can actually set some more smokes down. Jan doesn't have an angle on any of these vehicles. This might be a free rotation to Kodiak, and it's looking like it, as Shockwave is going to absolutely throw that hold, and it's going to allow Kodiak to jump. What? You allow them to leapfrog you. That is insane, but now they're going to be taking over that position. Maybe they wanted to do something different here from Shockwave and Wave. They want to get into the action here between Team Explode and Secret Wave, as Team Modern is going to be very close by. Just a lot of strategic stuff out of these teams, and any little tiny mistake could end up hurting them. Meanwhile, 1337 taking care of some players there from Kodiak, as the Noisy Boys having Nexus super close by. The smokes are going to be coming out. They're there within the edge of that circle, so they will be willing to take a fight, but they need to be careful because the 2-2 split from Boars Gaming is very close by, and we saw Boars Gaming being able to third party earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again today.
Yeah, I don't think so, because right now Noisy Boy is getting attacked from multiple sides. They already lost 2. That's the 3rd, and all of a sudden, again, Kenzor, last member standing. Nexus Gaming taking advantage, going for the fight and eliminating every single one of them. Now we switch over to the side of Kodiak once more. They lost me model, they lost 7 kick. It's down to lost in 20 now. This is a team that had a performance where they secured 84 points in 5 matches. What can they do when it comes to the Grand Finals? And the qualification spot is on the line. Can they secure the southern side, take care of 1337, and then slowly make their way into the zone as 10 squads remain alive as we are nearing the 24-minute mark?
They would need to, as Kodiak is forced to slow down. They do have 2 points to their name. One of them is going to get spotted, though. 1337, Nick there being able to beat that player that spots 20. And it's going to be an automatic elimination, as he was just out in the open. Team Modern will curling some players alive. Shockwave once again being surprised from the side here, as they're going to try to go for that revive. Meanwhile, Team Modern with 2 players alive. They have 0 eliminations. They have to make this push. They know that they're going to be going for the revive. You got to start shooting. They're able to at least confirm 1. There you go from the back. Being able to knock another one, though. Can Ronaldinho confirm any of this eliminations, or he's gonna just trying to heal off. He needs to be careful though. Yen is gonna be making that push. On top of that, you have Team Explode. There goes the push, and Yen from Shockwave being able to find Ronaldinho from Team Modern and just making sure that he's able to reset here. But he's gonna have to be quick because Team Explode smells some blood in the water.
That they do, and they are on the hunt for those eliminations. And okay, they hear the sound. They know exactly where they are. They're going to throw the first one. Beautiful by Bishke. Secures the first knock onto Loveview. Can he secure it on the other two as well? Not sure they want to go for the push because they know that they just have to wait for the right moment. But Bishke says, you know what? I don't like waiting. I like seizing the opportunity every single time, even if I have to do it all on my own. And then decides, you know what? Okay, maybe not. Maybe not this time. Maybe not. You know what? I take it back.
I thought he was going to go for it right there. Not necessarily make a jump down, but at least trying to get an angle on some of the players right below him. He was able to at least scout and get a lot of information for his team. Meanwhile, Shockwave still surviving here. They are going to be now within those placement points, which is good for this team that ended up with 0 points at the start. Yen gonna have to be forced to defend there again. Secret way, sending player one by one, and this is not the way you want to do it. You're just making it easier for the two players of Shockwave to take care of you. And meanwhile, Team Explode was what the other team that was just waiting patiently. Secret way, what a blooper right there. You only have two players. Send them together. If not, that's what's gonna end up happening. Shockwave playing this out wonderfully though so far. They have been able to secure some eliminations. They're trying to secure some more here as Team Explode is gonna be forced out of this compound.
This is by far one of the weirdest S12Ks I've ever seen. A suppressor with a 4-time scope. Okay, it does! It does! And he's securing the 5th elim for himself. He's looking for more. He is looking to wipe out the squad of Explode, but looks like Nexus. Exo peeks, lots of damage, not able to get the knock. He peeks again. That is something special for you to peek again over and over. But Bishke and the squad of Explode, they're not done yet. We still have 5 teams remaining. Nexus looking to eliminate the side of Explode and secure their back before moving towards the final moments. Bishke looks like he's going to heal himself a little bit more. I know he's only going to survive for so long before the zone eliminates him. And would you look at that, goodness. 7. Boars completely wiped every single team that was on the eastern side of the zone. And now they are coming to finish every single team that's left on the western side. They made quick work of the lineup of 1337. They have 2 or 3 players left from Nexus who are on the outside of the zone. Beautiful play once again by Boars. And again, I mean, what do I tell you? What do I tell you? These guys in Miramar, it's unreal.
It's not even just that. The 2-2 split that they've been currently working with, they've been so confident in themselves, willing to engage and willing to take fights with anybody or third party, any of these teams, that they are just taking full control of this circle. For Nexus Gaming, for 1337, it is going to be near impossible to get this win with the positioning that Boars Gaming currently has. But Nexus Way is going to be trying to find a way here for Nexus Gaming. Oh, Exo getting knocked right there. 2 players go down. Fusman, Tulika, anybody, you name it, they're currently putting up a performance, and Fusman is trying to go for that back-to-back MVP in those matches. Nick is gonna end up getting eliminated as well, and it's just gonna come down to that one player. Ladies and gentlemen, this is confidence. This is what this team showed up for, and this is why not only did Sandstorm having moving on to the PMSL EU after we get done with all these matches, not only did I have it moving on, but they're showing that the consistency is continuing on. They're making the right plays. They were able to do it in game 1 in Erangel with their positioning. They're able to do it here once again in game 2. But the most impressive thing, I gotta say it again, those 2-2 splits, the confidence that this team is currently playing with, taking on the fights there for those third parties. You love to see it, and it's working wonders for this team right now.
It really is. And again, it's just the fact that they had complete control of the coast. They swept the entire area, knew which areas were free, which areas were busy. They had the 2-2 split. 2 were focused towards the northern side, so no one can come in on that side. And then the other 2 were just playing third party towards the southern side of the zone, and slowly but surely moving towards the east, bit by bit. And then all of a sudden, the entire zone was under their control, and the 2-3 squads that were left outside of the zone. So Boars were able to clean up, get all the eliminations they wanted, corner every single team. And again, it's just Miramar is their turf. I don't need to say more. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the second game. The proof is in every time we've seen these guys on the map. There's no need to say anything about Miramars anymore. We just got to focus on Sanhoks at this point. They're either going to win it or top 4 with the limbs. They know what they're doing when it comes to this map.
Honestly, yeah, with that positioning, there's nothing I can argue with. I would have to back up with what you said. Positioning, aggressiveness, being able to work together, being able to regroup at the right time too. And one thing that I do have to mention so far is that they are keeping Tulika in check in a way that he's not overextending. Not of the likes of what we saw in the semifinals, when the first day and then the second day, Tulika would always tend to overextend. I'm not sure if it has to deal with the positioning that they're currently working with, that he's not able to just fully overextend. But so far, with what they're doing, keep it going. Obviously, it's going to be harder to do it in the next couple matches.
Yeah, it will be.
And hi everyone, my name is Diet Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023, and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody want to join, joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabs the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twist and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play. just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
There shall be as a lone companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank
And we're back. Boys and girls, we are continuing the 6 matches that we have. We finished game 1 and 2, and we've seen an incredible performance from K1 like we did on the first day of their semifinals. And once again, Boars come in, Miramar, they clap, they leave, and we go to the next game. That is basically it. That's what's to be expected from them. So now, let's have a look at the MVP and why it's from someone from the Boars.
Footsman.
You think it's Footsman?
Right? Yes.
This guy is just unstoppable, huh?
He's like, you know what, Tilika, I see that you're being able to put up eliminations. I see that you were the semifinals MVP. But me, Footsman, I want to be the finals MVP. Backing it up with 6 eliminations, 869 damage. Like, I am not mad at the way this player is currently performing and that the whole team is performing. I feel like we're having to praise them too much, and it's just because they're playing it perfect. Everything that they're currently doing, some little things here and there, maybe in match 1 that we can kind of nitpick at. But besides that, consistency, we were talking about consistency. What was it? 2nd place in game 1? 1st place in game 2? What kind of other consistency do you want, Sandstorm?
I mean, that's enough. That's more than enough. The fact that we're seeing Foopsman again and again getting himself to MVP, and it's not like we haven't seen him be MVP in the semifinals either. No, he has been. So was Havlik. So the consistency is there from the semifinals going into the grand finals for a team like Boars. And of course, the individual level is still there. So let's have a look at the last game and look at it from a statistics point of view. Foopsman, again, most limbs, most damage. Tulika with the nades, tied with, I'm assuming, half the server. Kraken, this time with the longest distance elim. A little bit lower than we've seen on Erangel 7.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be forced there with what we saw there with the circle, with the way that all of these teams were playing. Nobody really wanted to engage earlier into the match. Everybody was just waiting until the later of the match to happen, and it ended up working out for some of these teams. And I feel like that's why we're currently getting maybe not that much distance elimination, distance covered too. Everybody started rotating very early on. They were able to find their spots, and after that, they just didn't want to end up moving. Boars Gaming, we'll see what they're going to be able to do here, as we will be jumping in Sanhok once we're done with all of this and once everybody is in the airplane ready to rock and roll. But Sanhok, if Boars Gaming is able to repeat what they have done in Erangel, what they have done in Miramar, if they're able to do that again in Sanhok, I feel like they're going to be just a clear favorite. Because for me, it's not quite there yet. You know, 2 matches, it's great performances, praising you, all of that stuff. But if you can also do that in Sanhok, oh man, that's going to be impressive too, because of everything that goes on with Sanhok.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that we've seen them be able to show that consistency, like you said, on the 2 maps, if they can do it on the 3rd, my God, that is going to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to PMSL EU. But let's have a look at the ranking from the last game. 11 eliminations on the board for the Boars. And I do have to say, shout out to Nexus Gaming. I'm seeing them again perform well in the games when it comes to the grand finals. And not much was spoken about the team that was invited to participate in the PMCO, and the only team that was invited to play in the PMCO. Other than that, the majority of the teams, if not all the teams, had to qualify to, I guess, play in the PMCO in the first place, and then obviously more and more into the semifinals and the finals. But Nexus, if you were invited, give me a reason why. Show me the reason why you were invited. So far, I'm curious, but I want a little bit more from them.
Well, so far, it's been a hit and miss. What was it that they qualified through? I think it ended up being 15th place, so scary. It was scary for them to get here towards the finals, but being able to back it up with the performance that they just had in Miramar, and talking about some of the teams there, like we mentioned it too during the casting, BX Brothers, they end up with 0 placement points, but they at least are able to back it up with those 4 points in eliminations. But let's see how close everything is currently working with when we end up looking at that overall. Boars Gaming there at the top with 34 points, followed by K1 with the 25.
Yes, sir. And the difference, not that much, but, you expect to see something like this within the first couple of games when it comes to teams still being consistent. But again, reminder, top 4. Top 4 is what's important. So right now, it's Nexus, Noisy Boys, K1 and Boars Gaming Secret Way with 14. But hey, you asked 13-37. Juania answered. They managed to come back in that last game, getting themselves limbs and points. Kodiak and Abe Esports right on top of each other. So curious to see where that is going to go with the rest of the games. Team Explode and Shockwave as well. Two more teams that didn't have the best performance in the first game and came out swinging in the second game. But what are they going to do in game numero tres? That's my question.
The gap. I'm starting to look at the gap that we're getting there from Boars Gaming to some of the other teams. Even after just 2 matches, I said that, okay, you know what? I'm going to be reasonable about this. If there's a gap, there's still time there. But I don't see Boars Gaming slowing down. I do want to see them in a different situation because we saw very similar finishes there for Boars Gaming and very similar styles of gameplay there with how they were able to position themselves, pretty much not have to really worry about their back, setting up early, focusing towards the later game, trying to third party. How is this team gonna be able to react if they are put in a situation where they have to fight to get into circle? I feel like that's the main question that I currently need answer from Boars Gaming. And from some of the other teams, I mean, like Abe Esports, Kodiak, this is 2 teams that I was personally hyping up. You were hyping up Abe Esports as well with the consistency that we saw out of them during the semifinals. Right now, I mean, sitting at 10 points, sitting at 9 points, that's not the likes of what we wanted to see. Luckily for Kodiak, they have won in the past in Sanhok. Let's see if they can maybe do that again.
Let's see if they can, because with a playing path like this, anyone has an opportunity to come out on top at the end of this game. We have once more a map being split in half, and I spy with my little eye maybe a hot drop towards the likes of Hatin. We might be seeing it, but Bootcamp, no one's contesting. Explode. Paradise, no one's contesting the soldiers. But Hatin will have Secret Way, I believe, as well as Destined to Rise. Painan clear, Ruins clear, Kampong and Lakawi are going to be under the control of Nexus Gaming. K1, Slonic and the boys spreading all over the docks and the cave. No hot drops, it seems, except Hatin. Well, actually, wait, hold on. We got one towards the northeast of Nakam and just south of Painan. Yeah. Right in that middle. I think they're all fighting for vehicles and spawns. That might be what they're going for.
Yeah, I don't think they will end up really fully fighting there. I'm more intrigued about what's going to happen there at High Team just because they're so close, right? And we have seen that happen in the past where 2 teams do end up landing there and then they kind of back up if they end up getting an elimination apiece. They don't fully commit to it. And for these 2 teams, I mean, for Secret Way, for Destined to Rise, it would be better if they actually don't end up engaging here, especially with Secret Way. I mean, Secret Way is currently 5th place with 14 points. Destined to Rise, 10th place with just 8 points. I don't think you want to take this fight, and that's exactly what they're currently acknowledging. They're like, you know what, let's back this off. We were able to loot. If they're going to allow us to leave, let's just leave and not have to take any actual engagements. Meanwhile, though, I am looking that Kodiak ended up losing a player already to Team Modern. So that's going to be a big hinder there for Team Kodiak, a team that I'm personally wanting to see a little bit more out of. And let us know in the comments below for everybody currently watching from home, from work, from wherever it is that you are currently watching us from. Which teams do you think are going to be going to the PMSL EU when everything is said and done tomorrow? Give us your picks. We have given you guys our picks except for the number 4. The number 4 is still floating in the sky. I'm still trying to figure out which one is going to be the one that I wanted to pick. But I want to see everybody else's picks. Obviously, there's favorites. I've seen some people typing in, especially like Benz on YouTube, 1337. There's definitely some teams that have some swagger fans with them. I want to see a top 4, though.
Well, right now, me and you talked about it multiple times already with the idea of Boars, Abe Esports, and Kodiak. But, you know, other teams are making strong cases. Specifically, one that I'm looking out for right now, and for the rest of today's games at least, Secret Way. Ooh. Honestly, I'm going to be keeping my eyes out on Cause and Secret Way. I'm expecting something from them. I'm not expecting like a 30 bomb and them destroying everyone in the lobby, but I'm expecting some kind of consistency, and I'm expecting some level of performance from them because they have they've piqued my interest at the start of today's games. Because there are,
I have
and
enjoyed
I want to
what I've
see.
seen out of them. Look at the fight that's currently ensuing though between 1337 and BX Brothers. So we're gonna be switching up to it. 1337 is gonna be able to recover from this one. They were able to take care of 3 players from BX Brothers. Not making the full push yet. They're not fully aware what the other player, the last player standing from BX Brothers is, but you can see it there on your top right hand side on that little tiny map. He is going to be across the street, and the reason why they're not making that push is because Nexus Gaming is going to be close by. This is third party central, third party city, baby. You don't want to overextend if you don't need to, and I'm trying to figure out what Cirque is going to be doing here. Okay, I thought maybe he was wondering if somebody was going to be pushing him. This is when you just gotta play the little snake, the little rat, the little whatever it is that you want to call it. Don't make any noise. Wait for everybody else to come your way and surprise them. As soon as they open up that door, you better shoot and you better confirm that elimination like Cirque was able to do just right there. Ali's gonna secure some points for his team, and he's gonna give a big warning sign to Nexus Gaming that there is a fight going on right there. And as I say that, guess what? Nexus Gaming wants to get involved in this fight, as they're gonna be getting a knock here and stopping 1337 Juania right on their tracks, allowing BX Brothers Search to survive a little bit longer.
And right now, Suro is just thinking, how do I get myself out of this pickle? Because 1337, they will be able to get the revive. The side of Nexus, they're not going to push until one of the squads is wiped, and there might be, you know, another knock or something like that. So I think Nexus have a better line of sight on the side of 1337. Meanwhile, 1337 know that they just have to clear this compound first. Oh, risky, risky, risky. Okay, why go in one by one? The DBS is made for exactly these kinds of fights, exactly these kinds of confrontations, but Silence says, you know what? It's fine. I got this. And secures it anyways. But where's the rest of Nexus?
1337,
Why is Nexus not moving in? But why is Nexus not moving in on this third party?
We don't know what's currently up there. We're not able to see they might be seeing something that we're not able to. But I'm just confused at what 1337, the player there, was doing. He was so low on HP that he just decided to fully send it, and they fully send it in one by one. That almost fully backfired for 1337 right there. Little mistakes like that could end up hurting your performance in a massive way. And we have seen it in the past. We have to mention this. We mention this every single tournament, and I think it's just such a big talking point. It could come down to just 1 point if you're able to make it in the top 4 or not. In situations like that, little mistakes like that, they need to be able to fix that up quickly. The Shockwave teams are starting to get into fights on the elimination feed right now, though. Star Soldiers, Epic, chilling in Paradise Resort. They have everything to work with. They're like, nobody. Absolutely nobody wanted to come hot drop us.
I mean, I agree. Why would you do such a thing to
I
yourself?
wouldn't either.
From the very, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying I wouldn't do it. The only reason I would do it is if the IGL of the team just said, okay, this is what we're doing. Then I can't argue with them. Can't fight back.
The only reason I would do it if there was a UZ bounty on Paradise Resort.
Ooh,
Then
fair.
I would go for it.
Fair, fair.
Nexus chilling. Yeah, I think this was the right play there from Nexus. Don't overextend. Don't lose the positioning from
I
them
agree.
that they did have. You just wanted to mostly third party. You just wanted to get some points here and there. You were able to get 1 point. Now you're able to kind of continue to focus there on your playing style. You have the awareness too that, hey, there is going to be a team down there. We at least were able to gather that information. Meanwhile, KV Sports chilling. This is what a lot of these teams are going to be chilling with. How much is at stake? Honestly, I really doubt we're going to see a lot of early engagements throughout the whole day. These teams are just going to be playing it slow. I know sometimes it's not the most entertaining thing to see, but if you like tacticalness, if you like strategy, if you like all of that stuff, this is some of the stuff that you want to see. It's like when you end up watching a fight, a lot of people just want to see people punch each other in the face. They don't appreciate just the tactical setups, feinting right, seeing how they react to it, and then submitting to it. Meanwhile, everybody else chilling, waiting for the right opportunity, waiting for somebody to make a mistake so they can capitalize on it. One person that was able to do just that was K1, securing an elimination there on their side.
Abi, who have not had the best of starts. This is a team that had a consistency of 12 plus points on the first day of competition when we had 5 games, and once again showed up on the second day, breaking the 100 points barrier. This is definitely a team that we have to keep an eye out for, but right now, not giving us a lot of reasons to, but I'm still waiting. And I'm hoping that that message they basically gave out to the side of Team Explode that, you know, we want to be the best Serbian team. I hope that doesn't impact the team way too much. And remember that you're here for a more important goal, which is to show that you're the best out of all the teams, not just one team. You want to be better than every single team here. And you can prove it by winning. Prove it by being in the top 4. Prove it by continuing to represent yourself and your organization and your country by getting to the PMSL EU. That's how you do it.
That's absolutely right. Secure a spot there within the top 4. If you can end up being first place, that's even more bragging rights. What else do you want to do? You want to be able to shoot some boxes, so you want to be able to move on to the next stage. I will take the next stage any time of the day. Meanwhile, K1, bad boy, great finger control right there, trigger control, making sure that even if he was able to spot somebody, he doesn't want to really fully commit to it, as you have Capri moving up slowly, trying to set up a play here. This is what I'm saying. A lot of these teams trying to set up a bit of a trap, but they need to make sure that they also don't put themselves in a trap, as you do have the zone working against you here. It is still very early on. You're still going to be able to out-heal this. But at what point do you want to just focus on what's happening within the circle? At what point do you want to focus on rotations? Slonic realizing, you know what? I think now is the point where I want to focus a little bit more on what's going to happen inside the circle. If we want to gatekeep, we can definitely do that within the circle. New circle is going to be popping up, and Paradise Resort is going to be within it. Abby Esports as well. Great setup right there. Secret Way, a team that you wanted to keep an eye on towards the north of Abby Esports. Let's see what kind of splits they're going to be working with, as we are going to have still a lot of teams there. I'm going to be looking towards the southwest. Shockwave, Kodiak, I thought for a second there they might end up engaging. They're not. Luckily for them, Star Soldiers sitting pretty for the longest time here in Paradise Resort. Nobody's going to be challenging them, and it allows them to put themselves in situations, Sandstorm, where they're just waiting and keeping track of who's rotating where.
And that's what I think they should be doing at this point in time. There's no need to go crazy or overextend right now. Some of these teams are in perfect positions, and all you have to do is just... okay, Rogo, just make sure that you're in cover. Make sure you're in cover. Let's not do any silly things, okay? Let's not be a silly Billy and expose ourselves completely to the entire lobby and then proceed to get knocked and then die in the open. Rogo, I see you. And I see that there's someone pushing with you, but I would love to see the fight that's happening between Secret Way and Destined to Rise right now, because Dorfin, Element, and every single one of them, they're getting knocked down one by one. Destined to Rise are falling like flies. There's only one player left to go, and it's now all down to Element. He's going to get the revive onto Kawara. What? Secret Way got eliminated? Third parties galore? Sanhok surprises? Who would have thought?
The curse is still alive?
Question
man. Yeah, big question mark. It's just one game. You know what? We did say the whole tournament. Let's see how Destined to Rise is going to be able to get out of this one, because Abby Esports is going to be keeping a close eye on them. And the longer this team ends up taking, the longer they're going to allow some of the other teams to set themselves up and possibly end up third-partying them even more. Destined to Rise being able to get a bit of a reset there. They do end up losing one player in Thorfinn, but at least Ralph is going to be back up. Abby Esports giving a lot of room to work with there. Meanwhile, the Noisy Boys, they're currently dropping like absolute flies as they were trying to get away from this situation. They're realizing now that they're going to end up getting pushed. And meanwhile, Falcon, even though that truck is smoking, he's sticking to it. Oren wants to take a fight here with Lost, and he's going to end up losing it as Falcon is able to get at least within a building and secure himself some cover. And I think this is going to be the only players in it. Ooh, I haven't seen this one before. I like this. Look at this. Whenever you put in a situation where you're the last one to survive, you're gonna have to do things where you've never seen them before, and that's a first for me.
You're not on your own. That's a first for me there too. Didn't expect to see that, but I mean, hey, Sanhok, it provides. It's your favorite map.
Yes. So much lower high in a way. I mean, we're starting to see fights ensue on the elimination fee. We're currently not able to see them because we're trying to see how some of these other teams are going to be setting up. Boris Gaming, I mean, currently one player knock. They do have 3 elims going their way. Abby,
I haven't seen them, by the way. I've been trying to find them on the minimap, but I haven't been able to find them. And finally, I see them now. Finally, actually, yeah, because I was curious as to which side of the zone they're going to try and enter through. Poops, man, no boy. Poops, man, what doing?
They get eliminated, though. Poops, man, continuing on with those eliminations. You need to be careful, though. Okay, Esports is super close here. I don't think they realize that the Noisy Boys does end up getting eliminated. Remember, it was Kodiak that was chasing them. I guess that play that the last player from the Noisy Boys was trying to go with didn't end up working out. And what I'm seeing a lot right now is two of the top 5 teams have been eliminated. Make it 3 of the top 5 teams have been eliminated. So for everybody else, this is why I love Sanhok. For everybody else that needs points, that want to be able to close that gap, that doesn't want to allow a big gap to be created, this is when you have to take advantage of it. When those top teams get taken out very early on, you gotta take full advantage of it.
All right, let's have a look at Cave. If they're going to be one of those teams that takes advantage of this one. Strict, honestly, the trigger discipline there was impressive. And now we can see why. They get the knock and the finish onto Havlik and secure those points. But now, are they able to get inside the zone? Foopsman also knocked. Boars, 1 player left to go. If he gets taken out, that's a chance for every single one of the other players and teams to catch up to the leaders. Here they are, Strict and Cave. Gonna be walking in.
I wanted to see what was gonna happen right there, Sanstro.
I was waiting for it.
Working out for them, but it doesn't end up working out for them as Casey was just waiting patiently and destined to rise. Now getting into some action there too. Boar with just 1 player left. Not gonna be able to continue on the magic that we saw happen in Erangel and in Miramar. Luckily for them, we will still be playing some more Erangel and some Miramar later today. We've only halfway through of day 1 of PMCO EEU finals. Kodiak having to work here with just 3 players, waiting and patient. This is more of the Kodiak that I'm used to seeing. Let's see where this circle is going to be going with. Who is it going to be favoring it? And it's none other than the player from Destined to Rise. And on top of that, Pusher. Pusher might be able to secure here some placement points.
Force is still alive? Oh, yep. Lordy. Pusher, yeah. Pusher might be able to do quite a lot for his team. Destined to Rise, Ralph might be able to do the same thing as well. Team Modern fall on the northeastern side to KZ Esports, who have been very quiet for the first couple of games, but we might be seeing some signs of life from them right now. Nexus also on the hunt. 18 points so far after they secured 3 elims in this game, and they are slowly but surely making their way on the eastern side as they sweep the area bit by bit. And they already know that there is a squad close to them, just south. I think it is. It might be 1337, or it might be KZ. It is actually KZ and 1337. 1 on the inside and 1 on the outside of the zone. Nexus looking to secure a few more elims, especially the one on Kawara, because he's already knocked down, but he's just hiding behind the car. Flavius will secure it. Nexus are thinking, you know what, we need to take advantage of this game and catch up to Boars, or at least, you know, catch up to the teams that are in 2nd and 3rd. Maybe take their spots away. 1337, very happy with the progress that I've seen from you in this first half. I say that and Trouble gets knocked down. So, 7, Mike's yours.
Happens to the best of us. The Shockwave is going to make the push there with the horse vehicle. It doesn't matter. They'll end up making a bit of a push there. Kodiak waiting patiently, trying to see if they could possibly end that spot. Pusher or just anybody rotating around. This is what this team excels at. Just finding themselves a good spot and seeing if they can be a bit of a pest here. Although this is not necessarily the best of spots, as the circle is going to start closing in on them slowly. Nexus Gaming, you were talking about them just now. They currently have 4 eliminations to their name. Gonna be pushing up against KC. King needs to be careful there as he almost ended up getting knocked. Both of these players from Nexus Gaming are gonna have to slow down and start healing up. Exo still alive, trying to find some angles here on everybody. King is fully healed now, as much as he can. Molotovs are going to be coming down. Lost is actually going to be getting into the action. You're going to be getting one knock. Nexus needs to be careful, though, because Kodiak is going to end up getting an angle on this. We call this third-party central, and there you go. Massive grenade. KD Lost does end up getting that elimination, but King, with the nade, being able to close it out. Nexus Gaming King is currently knocked. You can see Kodiak there on the horizon, trying to get those angles to see what's going to happen, Sandstorm.
And Nexus are just thinking, we are playing the long game. We have a full squad, unlike a lot of the teams that are still alive right now. We have 5 eliminations, and we have a high ground position on the team that needs to enter the zone. Those are the freest 4 elims you will come across in this game. If you're able to secure them, you'll get closer and closer to the likes of Boars. If you manage to give this chicken dinner, you might just start fighting for that first place spot. Actually, and Flavius, he just swings on Lost. Lovely little knock, and okay, hold on. What is this decision making from the side of Nexus? They got a knock towards the side of Kodiak, and they send it. They take down Silence on the way as well. Flavius might have just pushed a little bit too far, and right now Kodiak, they still have a couple of members alive. They're able to fight back, take down a member from Nexus, and push into the zone. Beautifully played by that squad, but here comes Hitzy with the AUG. Knock onto Mano, finish onto Mano, focus onto Star Soldiers as well. Absolute chaos and carnage in the final moments of this game as the zone is slowly shifting and closing, and we'll see where the next one will be and who will survive until those final moments, because Boars did not. Their last member was taken out, and now destined to rise, maybe the next to follow.
Ralph waiting patiently there, trying to see if nobody's going to spot him, but everybody knows that he's there. The grenade is going to be coming through. Is that grenade going to end up hitting? Not sure if it did or not. Yeah, it did end up hitting for Shockwave. Levi's, he's going to end up eliminating Destined to Rise. One less team to worry about. Now, Nexus Gaming going for a take 2 here. Trying to go for this push. Being a little bit more careful this time around, but allowing Kodiak a bit of a reset there. The shots are coming through. They're not hitting. There you go. Exo finally being able to hit those shots. Lost having to move around. This should be instant pickings. Is he going to get the knock? He is able to get the knock. There's still one more player late from Kodiak somewhere around here. For Nexus Gaming, though, they're up to 7 eliminations. They're going to be able to find that last player from Kodiak. Can they actually confirm it, or are they going to be focusing on some of the other teams? Because right now, with this terrain that's currently going on, if they get rid of 20, they are going to have so much freedom to work with, and that's why they're focusing so much on the Kodiak player, on the last one. But Shockwave is stopping them. Shockwave doesn't want them to get anything there.
However, and we can see that with the knock. Be there to follow. I would not open fire in the open. Get on the ground and revive your teammate, or get in the car and move. Fighting in the open is the worst thing you can do. And that's what Star Soldiers are doing right now against the lineup of Shockwave. And this is what happens. Shockwave, just like a firing range, taking them out one by one. Here comes the molly from Hitzy. Nexus fighting till the last possible moment. Flash coming in. I can barely see anything right now, but it's clear as day. It is going to be Shockwave who takes the chicken dinner home.
Shockwave with the win right there. Remember, this team did start off very slow with 0 points in the first Erangel, but being able to recover there in that Sanhok. What absolute madness, huh?
honestly. I mean, look, it's insane to see another one of those teams that we kind of didn't really have a chance to talk about. Shockwave was honestly the first team we began to talk about on the first day of the semifinals as well, because, you know, we had a couple of their fans in the chat. They were supporting them, so we're like, you know what? Okay, my first prediction was Shockwave, and we all know how that went. Not well, in case you weren't there, but it did not go well. But now, Shockwave, they're coming back, and especially in the finals, great to see from them. And now I think it doesn't seem like it's going to be such a top-heavy leaderboard this time around. Yeah, so and that's what I like. Yeah, I'm loving it. The competition is very, very close.
So far, it's looking good. But you know what? Let's take a look at the MVP for that match. And it's going to be non-surprise Hitsy from
Nice.
Shockwave for eliminations. 690 damage. Nice. That's what we want to see there out of Shockwave because, man, I mean, I was talking about it, the bounce back for this team to be able to do that. What you just mentioned, too, it doesn't look like it's going to be so top-heavy. That's exactly what we want to see, especially in the finals. We want everybody to be able to show up within reason. We know that everybody's not going to be able to fully show up, but at least they'll be able to put up some flashes of performances here. And one team that I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see when we end up going to the match ranking that we got to give even more props to, Nexus Gaming. Bit of a blunder there on the first push that they did on Kodiak. I feel like they got a little bit too excited by just sending that one player. We'll get a chance to talk about that a little bit later. Most Ilms, Nick there from Shockwave, continue on 172 distance. Not that crazy with the terrain that we had to work with, but overall, this is why I love Sanhok. It allows teams that might not be performing well today to just use the madness, use the third parties, use whatever you can to come and surprise us all and maybe push yourself up that leaderboard.
Yeah, and that's all you got to do. Just push yourself up slowly but surely, get yourself to the top 4. And yeah, I love the madness that we saw from Sanhok, especially in the end game. I honestly thought that it was going to be Nexus's game to take, and that would have helped them out so much in the fight for first place, or at least getting closer. Yeah. But now with Shockwave jumping into the fray, it does change things up. And now let's have a look at the match rankings and see exactly what was the result of that last game. We see it is 21 points for Shockwave, 13 for Nexus after losing out on that first place spot. But Kodiak, they're there, and Star Soldiers. And again, it's just different names showing up in the top 4, top 5. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. And the fact that it's different names. This is what I like to see from these teams. Make it more competitive.
Oh, 100%. Way more competitive here for some of these teams. And I mean, I'm thinking of one that we kind of have to mention here. BX Brothers, bad performance in the first match, good performance in the second match. Once again here, bad performance. We'll see how they'll be able to bounce back. The Noisy Boys too. A bit of a question mark, right? Where having this team be maybe a surprise here in the finals. Right now, they're not just being able to find their stride, and I think it has to do with a lot of teams because you're even seeing K1 there with just 2 points, and that comes from eliminations. With Boris Gaming, we didn't get a chance to see much out of them throughout this match, Sandstorm, but to be fair, they're still able to at least get some points. And this is a team that didn't necessarily need a huge amount of points with the positioning that they set themselves up after 2 matches. So for them to just continue, even if it's a bad match, for them to just continue getting those points, whatever the case might be, whether it's Ilms, whether it's placement, they're going to make sure they continue on that route. And one that's currently surprising me at the way that they have been able to perform so far, I have enjoyed how aggressive they have been, has to be 1337 Juania. This team has been putting up points after the first big old donut that we got out of them in the first match. After that, they've been able to put up performances, whether it's in the top 3, whatever the case might be, 5 Ilms, 4 Ilms, they're making sure they get points, and that's what we need to see. Consistency with points, even if it's not a full, wow, okay, they got 10 eliminations. Whoa, they got the chicken dinner. No, just be consistent. Make sure you keep yourself there within reason.
Now, Seven, you did ask something about, when it comes to the overall ranking and the semifinals, what is the cutoff point? And the cutoff point that me and you talked about before for the semis and top 16 out of 24 was 30 to 35. And I like to think that we were kind of close to the answer. It was around like the 45. Actually, no, it was around like the 38, 39 point mark. We were close. Now, looking at the overall leaderboard that we have right now, Boars in the lead, Shockwave and Nexus tied. I love that. Look at how close it is, 28, 28, 27. Perfect. More teams, more competition for the top 4 spots. But going back to it, what do you think the cutoff point would be for top 4?
Oh.
You see, I wanted to wait a little bit for us to get an idea of the kind of points that we're going to be looking at. And technically, we're halfway past day number 1 of the Grand Finals. So looking at the points as it is right now, do you think the cutoff point, like I'll give you a number. I'm thinking maybe the likes of 80, 90, maybe 85 points, something like that might be the cutoff. I think that might be the limit if it's not going to be as top heavy as the semifinals.
Yeah, I think I mean you're kind of spot on there. At one point before, even earlier when we were watching the first two matches, I was like maybe 70 at some point. But now with seeing how close everything is, I feel like it is gonna go up a little bit more. Some of the teams aren't gonna be fully dominating every single match. We said that, but that was just Sanhok. We'll see what's gonna happen here coming in the next Erangel with Boris Gaming and what they're gonna be able to do. I think 90, 95 points, even 100 points. I think we could end up seeing that being a cutoff point, just because there still is that threat of some of these teams
Just
being
up and
able
up.
to fully just wipe everybody. We haven't seen it yet. Boris Gaming has been able to put up those back-to-back good performances in Erangel and Miramar. But besides that, I honestly don't know. I think for my liking, to be sure, I would like to wait until the first day is done and have more of an idea of how all these teams are going to be performing once we get a chance to see them a little bit more, especially going now to the second Erangel. What kind of shifts are we going to be seeing? What's going to happen, for example, some of the likes of Boris Gaming, if they don't end up getting the circle? Was it just the madness of Sanhok that didn't go their way? Or is it just something that they're currently just having to struggle with when they actually have to find a way within the circle? These are all questions that I feel like we're going to get a chance to get answered when we go to that second Erangel.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see that. And, you know, I definitely agree with the 95, maybe to 100-point mark, even because we do have those 2 extra games as well. It is going to be 12 games for the finals instead of the 10. And I would still prefer this Shelby GT 500 over the 427 Cobra. But both are amazing cars. Both are amazing. We don't have to go there again. But I would like this one. This one.
Yeah, I'll take any, honestly. If you want to give me this one right here, if you want to give me the one that was,
how about that? You know what? That's fine.
below
I'll take this one
Sanford,
and you take
I'll
that
take
one.
it.
We'll, yeah. We'll talk to. Listen, we'll talk to PUBG Mobile. I'll get that one. You get this one, and I think it should be fine.
All I know in the race, I'm definitely winning, 100%. Not even close.
Oh, okay. I mean, hold on. I mean, listen. I wouldn't be so sure about that. But yes,
Okay.
boys and girls, what you read is true. The journey does not end for the teams that we have playing in today's and tomorrow's games. This grand final, top 4 teams will be qualifying straight to PMSL EU, where they will be playing against the best teams in the region, and then they'll be fighting for a chance to represent their regions, their countries on the global and international stage against the best teams, not only in one region, but all regions, the whole world. And that's what we want to see. Yo, you know how strong that helmet is. It's a level 3 helmet, my guy. You think your teeth are that strong? Really?
Kind of looks like a lollipop, though. Yeah.
Try it again. Let's have a look.
I'm gonna wait.
Ah.
Missed it. Too slow. Gotta do it again next time. We'll have to want to see. What can I say, man? It looked good. Don't make me.
Oh God, he's gonna whip out that. Yeah, there it is.
All right. I mean, I got the real thing. Come on, baby.
It's fine. Listen,
This
you
thing
may.
will survive anything.
Here's the thing, my guy. You have
Yeah.
the helmet because you needed to win your chicken dinner. I already won my chicken dinner. I got my giant PUBG Mobile winner chicken dinner
Okay.
chicken leg,
Okay.
and that's my weapon. Just.
I'll plus you. Don't-
Yes.
I'm not gonna show my weapon just yet because that one will definitely knock somebody out.
Honestly, yeah. This chap actually has like a cast iron PUBG Mobile proper pan. Like he did the whole knocking on the pan and speaking, so I can actually hear it through the mic. It's insane. That is definitely a deadly weapon, and you can see why players in PUBG Mobile use it because honestly, like one throw headshot with that, gone.
I'll be like Anakin, before he became Darth Vader. Just swing that.
Fine,
pen
I'll
around,
just
baby.
be Obi-Wan. I'll take the high ground, baby. Come on.
That's fine. Hey, I'll get redone. Come back.
Yeah,
Darth
but you're
Force will be
still.
good. I'm cool. Darth Vader's cool, man. I don't care what everybody says. Gotta have some evil here and there once in a while.
I just got all the quotes from Star Wars running through my head, especially of Anakin. I can't do this right now.
What's your favorite one? Real quick, go now. That took too long. That you missed your chance.
There's too many.
missed
There's
your
too many
chance.
good ones.
I'll give you a prediction you might be able to get. You got Boris
Okay.
Gaming for Miramar last one, even though
Yep.
it was 99.98% that you were for sure that they were gonna win.
Yeah,
You got it. All right, I'll give
Yeah.
you that one. Props to you.
just saying.
Going into the second Erangel here.
Mm-hmm.
Any predictions? Any guarantees you want to throw out there?
See, for Erangel, I do. There's a couple of
Think
teams
about
that kind
this.
of.
Wait. Don't rush this, though.
No, I'm not
'Cause
rushing.
Earlier,
I'm
you
not-
started talking about Secret Way, and as soon as you started talking about them, back to the lobby they went.
Yeah.
So take some time.
So I'm gonna,
here.
I'm gonna leave Secret Way. You know what? Can I choose two? I would
No.
like. Oh, okay. Okay, then you know what? I will give it
That's
to
fair.
Nexus Gaming. I feel like
Ooh.
Nexus Gaming are gonna have something come in this game. They've been slowly performing well throughout these games. Yes, they had a little bit of a blunder in their previous game on Sanhok, but
Okay.
I feel like we didn't really see the real Nexus Gaming when it came to the playoffs. And I highly doubt we saw the real performance of a lot of teams in the semifinals just because it was, top 16 out of 24.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be that complicated. But now that it's top 4, they have to show us what they're really made of. And I think Nexus Gaming is doing exactly that. They may have qualified in 15th from the semis, but this is going to be different.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to have to take a step back. I'm not going to be picking at anybody that's currently in the top 4 situation. I'm not going to be picking any of the teams that I talked about in the past either. Abby Esports, Kodiak. I'm not picking any of those. I'm actually going to be picking 1337 Juania because I want to see if this team can actually bounce back in Erangel. They had an awful performance in the first Erangel. I want to see if they can bounce back, maybe get a win here. Show us that not only are they're currently being able to get those eliminations, they're currently being aggressive, but I want to see that tactical play a little bit more. I want to see what they're going to be able to do. If they can actually race up when the pressures or their shoulders become absolute diamonds, or if they're just going to get absolutely crushed, because that's when we see a difference of which teams are going to end up being in the top 4. And right now, 1337, they are in 8th place, sitting with 16 points. Is not going to be enough. You want to make sure you start pushing, because right now 4th place has 27 points in K1.
Yeah, and K1 didn't really have the best game last time, but they still, they ended up with a couple of points and still increasing the lead regardless for them. As long as you're in that top 4 and adding to your tally, perfect. But, don't get too comfortable. It's still very, very early stages in this grand final, so just keep it going. Keep up the pressure on all the other teams, especially the ones that are on top of you when it comes to the leaderboard, and just make sure that you stay there. Don't fall below 4th place and fight for every single point. Try to take every single knock that you see. Because again, you get to win money, you get to continue your journey and, participate in PUBG Mobile tournaments. And that's exactly what we want to see. The best teams perform. So, boys and girls, game number 4 should be starting within a few moments. So please let us know who is going to come out on top in our second Erangel of the day. Who do you think is going to be getting that winner chicken dinner? And we will let you know our predictions while the plane flies and drops them by. And here we go. I really like this plane path from George Pool to just north of Novo. It splits the map almost half in a way. And I think the only problem is Secret Way may have a problem with the rotation. So if they're not going to go Stalber, they may go Zarki.
Okay.
Outside of that, I think a lot of the teams are still going to be comfortable. And again, no one was in Yasnaya. How? How was no one in Yasnaya is beyond me.
I'm telling you, I think people were expecting a lot of teams to land there, and it came out to a point where we're just going to take that second drop, especially with the plane path. I feel like with this plane path, we might end up seeing a team just getting into a vehicle and going to yours Yasnaya because they know that nobody's going to be more than likely hot dropping them right away, right? But you got to make sure you get into that vehicle. You got to make sure that you get to Yasnaya as soon as possible, depending on what this circle is going to end up doing. Earlier, the first match that we saw, that circle was straight up towards the south. There was a lot of the military base in it too. That's why we saw a lot of the teams just kind of rotating there towards the south. But let's see what's going to end up happening here. We see Team Explode, if I'm not mistaken, taking care there of Pochinki, doing a bit of a split there as Gringo is going to be able to get a vehicle for his team. And Milta Power. Okay, Yasnaya is going to be a play here. A very eastern circle. And Kodiak? All right, Kodiak. It looks like they're going to be going towards Milta, which if they're able to loot quickly, if they're able to set themselves up, this could be a good, on paper, a very, very good match for that team. We'll see if they're going to be able to convert, though. As Abby Esports, a team we've been hyping up, we really haven't seen much of, and I kind of want to see a little bit more out of this team. Consistent, yes, they are being consistent. Currently in 7th place there with those 19 points, as you're able to see on the right-hand side. But I want to be wowed by this team.
Abe Esports still has a few tricks up their sleeve. They're in 7th. They're not that far behind the top 4. Just a couple of 8 points. That's about it. Nothing too crazy, so it should be okay. Plus, we still have the 3 games for today. I kind of feel bad for the likes of Cave. Haven't really seen what I expected to see from them. Team Modern as well. Reminder, first 4 or 5 games, they were already top 3, top 4 in a couple of them. So when it comes to the semifinals, at least this time around, obviously, the level of play is definitely a little bit more competitive than it was in the semifinals. And obviously, that's going to be a big, big difference. And don't forget, follow us on social media, boys and girls. PUBG Mobile Esports Europe. We're going to be giving you guys all the updates on PUBG Mobile, the esports ecosystem in 2025. I mean, hey, if you missed out on the beginning of the 2025 esports journey, for the first time ever, we actually tried the Smash rule in an official PUBG Mobile tournament. That's right, in PMGO. Yep. And that was hella fun, I have to say. I like the idea of the I like the way they tested the Smash rule with the tournament, and it definitely gave the finals a different flavor than what we're used to, I think.
I personally absolutely love it. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see that again at some point, because it just allowed teams that weren't even within reach in regards to the first place team. They did allow them to be like a certain marker, and then if they got the win, they would have been able to win via the Smash rule by getting into the Smash zone. So yeah, just completely different dynamic. I'm hoping that we end up bringing it back. Who knows though? Make sure you let us know in the comments below though what you would like to see in this esports events for PUBG Mobile 1337. This was a team that I want to keep a close eye on. They are cleaning with the school, with the apartments there towards the east of school. Luckily for them, it is going to be within the circle, so they're going to have a little bit of extra time. I wonder if they have vehicles though. Yeah, they do have vehicles there on the horizon. I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams will end up rotating. Whoa, that's a cool looking skin. I haven't actually seen that one in a long time. Trouble. Okay. Bizone. On top of that, you got Scar. Everybody's just waiting. San, I'm telling you, people are not looking to fight early on. Everybody's just taking it so serious. I feel like tomorrow, maybe halfway through the day, tomorrow, the second half, then we might end up seeing some of these teams actually trying to fight early on. When they got nothing to lose, when you already know some of the teams, you know what? No matter what we do, we're not going to be able to reach top 4. Let's be a little bit more aggressive. But right now, with everything, with how close it is, I feel like these teams are just going to be playing it safe. You know what? Do your game, wait for the right time, and see if anybody makes a mistake near you.
And just capitalize on that whenever you get the chance. So you don't know when that next chance will come, if it will. Okay, now that is a bait if I've ever seen one, unless, you know, one of the other boards left it for him to fill up the car. Otherwise, that's a trap and a half. Just a gas canister on the side of the roads, next to nothing and no one. Interesting.
Fill it up.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it must have been like, you know, one of his teammates leaving it for him, but we'll get back to them later. But yeah, I agree. A lot of these teams taking it extremely seriously. We have passed almost 6 minutes in this game, and no knocks, no elims, no damage, nothing, nada, zip, zilch, a big goose egg for now. But I have a question for you. I remember a game literally, I think it was 12 or 13 minutes in a game of Miramar that I had to wait until the first knock. How long do you think it's going to take until the first... I'm not saying knock. Until the first elimination. Until the first point has been given. We're already 6.5 minutes in. So give it to me. What you got?
6.5 minutes in. I really wish I could look at the circle right now. Seeing how some of these teams are positioned, because it has a lot to play with that, right?
Yeah, of course.
You can see teams.
If you want, we can wait and try. We can try and wait until the zone shows up. If it does, go for it. If it doesn't, well, tough luck, I guess.
I feel like right now with what I'm seeing, super blind shot would be maybe 9-minute mark.
Okay.
That'll be my, just because I'm looking at the mini map too from some of the scenes when we end up going their way. There's literally nobody near each other. It's just teams absolutely by themselves playing their style. Not even a small threat of possibly a fight or an engagement happening anytime soon.
I'm thinking 11. I'm gonna go further. I'm thinking 11 minutes, maybe 12, but I'm gonna go for 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not against that one, actually. I would love to see the map, though. I would love to see where it's going to end up closing in, what kind of rotation some of these teams are currently doing.
When we get that zone shift...
It could be 11. It could be even more, too.
And I want to say... Oh, hold up. We might just get it. We did say it has to be an elimination, not just a knock. They have to secure the point. See if we're gonna have to wait that much longer for that, because right now we got Secret Way and BX Brothers
here.
They have to. The lower, I want to say, the lower you are on the leaderboard, the more aggressive you have to be.
I think it was a psych out. Okay. I see you, Secret Way. I think it was a bit of a psyched out. They were like, you know what? Let's get into the vehicles. Let's see if we can push this team. All right, here we go. This is what I wanted to see. Oh yeah, it's gonna be imminent. You can see Team Explode there. Very close to Abby Esports, a team that ends up being a bit aggressive too, unless they fully end up splitting. But it comes down to what the circle is going to be. Actually, they decided not to even get close to engaging. Oh, wow. Teams like Kodiak with that massive split that might have ended up working out in the semifinals. I don't know if you want to be that much of a split. Hopefully, they'll be able to regroup fairly soon. Team Explode, we are at that 9-minute mark. To see if any of these teams are going to end up fully engaging. No knocks yet. There is some damage going around, though, for some of the teams. Waiting patiently. Glider rotation. That's for sure not going to be happening anytime soon with this circle that we're working with.
I'm just saying, if we pass that 10-minute... If we pass that 10-minute... Ooh, baby. Oh, brothers!
Oh,
same team! No, same team. He has to survive for 46 seconds. That's another knock. 40 more seconds, boys. Just hold on. Let's see if they manage. No, that's it. There we go. 23 seconds off your time. But hey, very close. I'll give you that. 23 seconds. Well played, 7. He gets the prediction right. We already have our first elimination just under 10 minutes into this game.
And it was Kodiak there with that split that I was talking about. Making the push there towards Nexus. Booney trying to see if he can maybe survive a little bit longer, get some backup from his team. But meanwhile, Kodiak, great shot there by Booney. Being able to get some, he's going to end up getting the knock there. Now it's going to be 20. They're going 1 by 1, though. This is usually what you don't want to end up seeing. There you go, 20, being able to secure that knock, saving his teammate, and I think he's going to be able to pick up loss right here. I'm not sure what 7 kick is currently at. But with that split, I was just so worried about that split that Kodiak was doing with how many teams were going to be trying to find a spot. You don't want to have to do this. You don't want to have to put yourselves in situations like this where now you have random teammates being so far away from you that if they do end up getting knocked, it's going to be almost near impossible to revive him. Right now, that player from Kodiak is looking, Miramar is looking like he's going to end up getting knocked fairly soon, as he won't be able to use that buggy. Kodiak, from what went from a possible great play, just too far, too split out, and not being able to regroup in time.
And that's going to be a problem for the side of Kodiak. Right now, a couple of the players are really exposed.
No.
Here comes 20 in an attempt to rescue. He picks up Miramar. Will Nexus allow him to pick up the player and return back? It looks like they are. Kodiak with a miracle play, but it's not done yet. Lost is exposed, or other members. Down goes 1, down goes 2. That's going to be a problem for the side of Kodiak. They only lost 1 member at the end there. It wasn't 2, actually. But Lost was knocked down and eliminated. Now Kodiak, once again, going back to Milta Power. Holding on to this facility, and then they're going to dip and regroup. They decided they don't want to play in that factory anymore. They don't want to play. Oh, the just don't like that area. They want to chill
You
in
can
a
just
more
kind of see it
vibey
perfect
spot.
there, though, Sandstorm, in regards to that play there by Kodiak, just being forced to just now, they don't know where they're going to end up going. You have one split, two teammates going a certain way, another teammate trying to get into a fight, trying to get out of a fight. This is what I'm saying. You have to be able to make sure you fully regroup. Stuff that you were able to get away with in semifinals is not going to be happening here in finals, and it sure as heck not going to happen if this team ends up qualifying to PMSL EU. But we still got some time until that happens. Board Gaming, they ended up losing Foosman. Foosman's not going to be able to get that MVP on this one anymore. You still got Tulika, you still got Pusher, and you still got Halfling. You still have a lot to work with, although it is going to be at a bit of a disadvantage here. Whenever we started seeing fighting, man, did we start seeing fighting, and we start seeing it by a lot. It wasn't just one fight. It was a lot of people getting shot there, here and there, secret way. One of their players is going to end up getting knocked. It's 13-37, a team that I wanted to see a little bit more proactive. Woodson, no, it's going to end up getting knocked there by Boars Gaming, but they are going to be making this push. They want to get into this fight with Boars Gaming.
This is the team that you like to talk about. This is 13-37. Oh, baby! That nade with the knock might just be the opening frag that spells the doom of Boars. Let's have a look. Tulika finally coming in for backup. Pusher taking a little bit of damage. Team Explode are also here. Smokes coming up from Tulika as he attempts to maybe go for a revive. Pusher will be there to provide him with a little bit of backup. But oh, this nade could be everything. This nade could actually be absolutely everything for the side of 13-37. If they are able to dodge it. Tulika, I believe he faked the first one, maybe missed it. Cooked it for too long. And now he's forced to revive. Pusher can't actually push, for lack of a better word, to help him out. The pressure's too much. Tulika not able to revive. Poopsman and Havlik go down. And K1 is also here fighting. So many teams fighting on this little patch of high ground. 13-37, Boars, K1. We got Kodiak on the bottom side of the mountain as well. This is madness on this part of the map right now.
The grenades are not hitting there for Boars Gaming. Luckily for them, you mentioned it too. K1 having that off angle on this fight is kind of allowing Boars Gaming to survive a little bit longer with the smokes that they have, stopping 13-37 to fully commit towards that push. 13-37 with just 3 players left alive. We're going to be looking at what the circle is going to be doing here. This could be a massive situation for these two teams. You can see currently where they are. There still would be within the circle, which would be perfect for this team. Who is going to end up engaging, and they need to be careful too, because the longer they take with this fight, is it not only going to allow K1 to position themselves to third party even more, it's also going to allow some of the other teams like Destined to Rise that was going to be pushing in, and anybody else that's now trying to find an angle, an opening towards this circle. And as I mentioned, Destined to Rise, guess what? Kodiak is going to be able to spot him. BX Brothers is going to be able to spot him too. There goes down one player, fully gets eliminated. K1 still trying to figure out if they want to fully commit to this third party or not, or if they just wanted to let it happen right now with everything that's currently working with. I think they just might let it happen. BX Brothers trying to spot Abby Esports, making the push in. One of the players, PC, is going to have to be forced out of the vehicle before it blew up. Destined to Rise fully eliminated now. Tough rotations from some of these teams.
Extremely tough rotations, especially for the ones that are coming from the mountainside. Yeah. Abba Esports just get caught off guard. Lose another member, 13-37. I honestly have no idea how many of those teams are going to be able to make it. K1! What was happening there? We'll get back to it as Team Modern. A team that showed us a lot of skill, a lot of different abilities over the course of the semifinals, and now they're not showing us anything except they just turned everything around in that fight. And K1, the team who had a chicken dinner within the first couple of games, now suffering. They lost Slonic. Caprice is going to be next. But they have to get revenge. They have to take down Ronaldinho at least.
But this is what happens, Sandstorm, when you don't end up making up your mind. If you're going to end up rotating, if you're going to end up pushing, if you actually want to fully commit to the third party, you put yourself in situations like this, where now some of the other teams that were rotating in are able to take shots at you, not only make it harder on you, you end up losing one player there. They're going to be able to recover here, but losing that one player when it probably wasn't necessary for them, it's definitely going to end up hurting. 13-37, taking on some shots there to Secret Way as we're looking at BX Brothers holding down even more players to Secret Way. A lot of teams losing players on this rotation. Such a tough circle to rotate to, especially because of the rain of it. And Team Modern and K1 are still going to end up engaging. There goes one shot. Is he going to be able to find the second shot? It's going to end up shooting, but going to be missing it. Meanwhile, one of the last players standing here for K1 going to be taking some shots. There you go. Down goes the Modern player, and down goes Team Modern's K1, able to fully flush him out, and that is up to 6 eliminations for this team.
That was a little bit crazy, if you ask me. I thought they had a massive advantage in that fight, and then all of a sudden, they just decided, you know what? Nah. K1, we're just going to win this fight.
When you focus on just too much stuff, you're not fully able to focus on what's at stake, and they end up hurting them as BX Brothers, now a team that's currently with all 4 players alive, and BX Brothers looking good, up to 7 eliminations. 13-37. Boars Gaming, there you go. Boars Gaming ends up getting eliminated. For everybody that's trying to catch up, we're wondering what was going to happen here with that team. Having a bit of a slowdown, especially with what happened in Sanhok, now happening here as well. Boars Gaming, 3 eliminations. Still securing some points, but at least allowing everybody else to start closing up that gap that they were able to build up after 2 points. Kodiak making sure that they stay alive. I'm sure they would have loved to have lost still alive here with them. But it just goes down to what happened at the beginning of the match there with Kodiak. 2 split, not able to regroup just in time.
Nope, and
when
that
they did end up regrouping, they were down just 1 player.
Yeah, that definitely did cause them a couple of problems. But now Brothers, who are, I mean, they were suffering before coming into this game, but now they're still a full squad. They're still 4 members, 7 eliminations to their name. Can this game be a turning point for the BX Brothers and change things up for them? They did have a couple of good games in the semifinals, but now we're in the grand finals. Now we're looking for the top 4. Shockwave not going to have an easy time like they did last time in Sanhok, where they had complete control over the end game. They decided who was allowed in the zone and who wasn't. They dictated everything in that end game. But this time around, they are being forced to play KZ's game. They can barely peek, they can't leave their compound, and not only that, but I believe also the size of Cave, yes, is holding another angle on them using the high ground. So I'm not so sure what can happen for Shockwave.
Shockwave just waiting. Now, a bit of a slowdown, right? The madness started. We went from slow to absolute madness to now seeing how some of these teams are going to be reacting. Though I do enjoy that the push that BX Brothers is doing here, a bit more on the aggressive side. They know that if they're able to take advantage of the situation that K1 is putting themselves into, they might have a lot to work with. But you don't want to end up sending 1 player by 1, as K1 is able to capitalize there. Being able to knock one. Can they knock the next one? Oh, they're not going to be able to. BX Brothers get super lucky right there. Due to the terrain, they're going to have some natural cover too. K1 ends up getting eliminated there with 7 eliminations. And it goes back to being a bit of a slowdown here. It's KC, a team that definitely needs the points right now in last place after 3 matches. They're going to want to make sure that they're not in that last place. And you were wondering about Shockwave? Guess what? They're going to become KC's neighbors.
Exactly, and looking at what you mentioned, Seven, with Boars and K1 being eliminated, Noisy Boys, 3rd till 7th are all alive and well. Meaning, once again, the idea that a top-heavy leaderboard gets squashed. It's not going to be as easy as it was in the semis, boys and girls. This is going to be a fight till the last possible point that is left to be given in this game. And when it comes to this tournament as well, I think it's going to remain this close. Having the seeing the fact that, you know, Abe Esports and Kodiak, the teams that cracked the 100 easily, are not in the top 3 at the moment, but they're still fighting for a chance. Kodiak with 7. This could be one of their games. Same can be said for the BX brothers, though, because they're on 9 right now.
Everybody putting up good numbers of eliminations. And the crazy part, too, is that it's a lot of those teams towards the bottom, except for BX brothers there. Putting up at least 9. Kodiak now playing a little bit more careful after what happened earlier into the match. Abby Esports now trying to see if they could possibly end up getting an angle here on the Noisy Boys. A team that I was expecting a little bit more out of, at least wanting to start securing some placement points, waiting for the right moment. They're going to be outside of the circle. This is going to be a tough rotation for this team. Talk about a tough rotation. If I've ever seen one, if this team is able to do it, oh man, that's going to be massive for them. Shockwave does end up getting some players eliminated. It's just one player left of Shockwave. And as I say that, the grenade comes through on the elimination feed. Shockwave gets eliminated. The Noisy Boys are on being able to spot that last player there from Abby Esports. It's going to be Bad Boy. And he's going to be hoping that Kodiak is going to be able to help him out here with somewhat of a rotation. But meanwhile, Kodiak, you have a lot of teammates there focused on different stuff. They're going to have to fully focus on one thing. And I think it's going to have to be BX Brothers with how close everything is.
Exactly, and now Miramar setting his sights onto Looney. BX Brothers, they will be forced to take this fight. But it's going to be a fight between one other team only, and Miramar exposed. Looney takes down one and instantly ducks for cover. He secures the elimination onto Miramar as well. 7 kick. The roof is no longer a safe haven. Back behind those locked doors you go. Meanwhile, Kodiak, they just had a fight with a team on the higher ground, and now they're starting another fight. I don't know about this. I know you're trying to get eliminations, you're trying to get points, but might be a little bit risky. Never mind, the side of the Noisy Boys not even paying attention, and they see free points. They see free eliminations. Looks like Nexus will be the ones to secure this one. I did mention Nexus before as a contender to take this game and maybe at least just perform well enough. And so far, they are putting up good numbers. But BX with 10 is outperforming everyone. Whoa.
They're saying we want to get out of that second page of the leaderboard. We want to get into the top 8, get closer to those top 4. So we can possibly end up challenging either on the final 2 matches or on Sunday. Kodiak having to play a super careful BX. I mean, continuing on the tear there. Anybody that just peeks their head.
BX Brothers, you guys are doing so well right now. You have the high ground and you're not stopping. 7 kick. Forced on his knees until 20 is able to revive him. If Looney gives him that chance, 20 is forced to go. Looney knows he has the high ground, but he's also a little bit exposed. And again, at this point, with the eliminations that you have, if you can combine that with a chicken dinner, good lord, you can have one heck of a result. But Looney knows that he has to push. He cannot allow the revive. And he will not. Secures the 12th elimination. And we could be looking at one heck of a record being set by those guys. And that's exactly what the BX Brothers are trying to do. 13 elims with 5 teams left, 4 opposing them. 10 players. If they take down all of them, then they break the record that Noisy Boys set up with the 22 elims, if I'm not mistaken, 7. Well, honestly,
that's gonna be a
this
tough ask.
game, I mean, look, it is, but they might be up to the task of at least getting close to it. And at the end of the day, that's all they need to do. Get a lot of points.
And with the way that they're currently playing, I mean, it could be there. They need to make sure they steal this eliminations from Nexus. This Nexus game is wanting to secure even more. Great positioning out of this team. And luckily, unluckily for them, they only have 2 players to work with. Man, if they have 4 players to work with, the angles that they'll be able to cover. KC Esports gets eliminated. It is going to be a top 3 situation now. Nexus, KV Esports, and BX. These were all teams that didn't really have one of the best performances in that first match. Wanting to switch it around. Waiting for the right time, waiting for the right angle. BX Brothers now having to play a little bit more careful, having to slow down their roll in a way to make sure that they don't end up over peaking. And with what's currently at stake, a win could be insane for them. especially when it comes in regards to the overall leaderboard. Wanting to be within the top 4, not only are you going to need a win, you're going to need a couple wins there to be in the top 4 if you're not able to be super consistent. So if they're able to get this win here, a bit of pressure off their shoulders. Not too much, just a tiny little bit, Sandstorm.
Yes, sir. And right now, there's a lot of pressure on my shoulders because I predicted Nexus. Please don't lose. But also, there's beautiful storylines for every single one of these teams. Nexus, in them being a team that was invited to play in the PMCO, they qualified in 15th, and now they're fighting for their chance to get into the top 4. Cave, who have struggled at the first 2 games when it comes to this finals, and now we're seeing some signs of life. BX with their eliminations, though, is what's massive now. Nexus losing 1, Cave losing 1 in return, but will BX Brothers also lose 1 in return again? No, go back. What? How was he? He was shot through the window. No chance of escaping there. And now Flavius knows he just has to play on this roof. But honestly, playing on this roof is perfect. Don't expose yourself. Don't peek or anything. Just wait until the last possible moment. That's all you can do.
Within the circle too, so he doesn't really have to do anything crazy here. He just has to wait for BX Brothers and Cave Esports to continue fighting each other like they have been doing this whole time. You can see BX Brothers there trying to find at least a small pixel, something of a helmet, seeing if they could possibly shoot at it. Flavius now, you were mentioning having to play it solo. Gonna be a little bit more careful here as Rami trying to find those shots. He's not gonna be able to find one. Let's see if he's going to be able to spot somebody there through the smoke. Cave Esports. They're currently in the same position here, Sandstorm, with the circle right behind them. The terrain of this area is just awful for everybody.
No one has an advantage. We'll see. And the thing is, the second the zone starts to close in, Flavius, I believe, and Nexus will be the first to fall. And then it should realistically be... Well, and then it's just between Cave and BX Brothers. Can't really choose one between them, but Flavius will have to be the first person that goes down.
We say that, and Flavius says, you know what? I hear you, Sandstorm. I still want to be in the action here. I want to see if I can maybe get some more knocks, but no. Strict slowed that down, and he made sure he took care of that player. Here goes BX Brothers using that utility. Remember, with all the eliminations that this team has, they have a lot of utility to work with. He's going to be able to spot Strict. Strict is going to end up going down, and it's going to be coming down to just keep from Cave Esports. Can he hold down all the BX Brothers currently going his way? It's going to be too much as BX Brothers comes out on top with that amazing performance, backing it up. I think it was with 17 eliminations to their name. What an
17.
Absolute bounce back there from BX Brothers. 17.
And that's what I'm saying. One game changes everything for so many squads. And again, with the leaderboard not being so top heavy, so many teams now in contention, 7. We had an idea. I mean, me and you coming into this, we thought, okay, there's 3 teams, 100% guaranteed based off what we've seen of the semifinals. Those guys have to be in the top 3. We have no idea who the 4th is. Now, this changes everything. I mean, look, it doesn't change things for me when it comes to Boars, but it does change things for Abe. It changes things for Kodiak. I'm very curious to see how this changes things when it comes to the leaderboard as well, just because of how many points BX Brothers were able to get. Nexus also getting themselves in the top 3. And also the fact that, you know, first place and second place were eliminated and not getting a lot of points in that game. But you know what? We'll check up on all that later because game number 4 is done. We're going to be taking a very, very short break and come back with our final 2 games of the day. So we'll see you in a few.
shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूँ शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वाव मैप क्रिएटर हूँ और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूँ।
हेलो
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वाव मैप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वाव मैप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वाव मैप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वाव मैप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तभी आप वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वाव मैप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
hi everyone. My name is Diet Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody want to join, joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabbed the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twists and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play, just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like a start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
And we're back once again, boys and girls. 4 games down, 2 games to go. We have our final Miramar, I believe, and then ending the day with Erangel to see who will be staying on top at the end of day 1 for the Grand Finals of PMCO EU 2025. Who will be the top 4 that put themselves in the best place possible and, of course, make it into PMSL EU 7 so far, I have to say. Finals have been incredible. We haven't seen one team dominate, and we're seeing every single team so far try and swing for the fences, take every fight they can, and this is what I like to see from these teams.
That's right. That's what I love to see. I love that teams that we didn't expect to have pop-up performances like BX Brothers are saying, you know what?
Yo!
For a reason. We made it to the finals for a reason, as we're able to see the MVP with the most damage so far in the finals with 1,202. And on top of that, 6 eliminations. I mean, brother, keep on doing your thing, because right now, whatever you are doing, it's working. And on top of that, is giving extra points to your team, especially with those 6 eliminations.
Eliminations, 1.2k damage. Those are the numbers that you really like to see. And I want to see, excusez-moi, that was a sneeze that refused to leave. You need to see more than, thank you very much, good sir. But yes, 1.2k damage with those eliminations. I want to see more. But BX Brothers, I did mention before, they had a couple of good games in the semifinal. One of the first couple of Erangels that I believe that we had with them. They were able to come out on top, and it was them versus like Z1 or something towards the end, or K1 rather. It was them against K1 at the end. But here, we're looking at the match stats and seeing exactly how much damage the brothers were able to do. Looney with the eliminations, most limbs, most grenade limbs, and the longest distance elimination as well. Shockwave still showed up when it comes to rotations. They were moving around quite a lot. But so far, well played by the BX Brothers.
I mean, BX Brothers, I'm surprised that I can't wait to see the match ranking. But one thing you asked me earlier, what pose I would strike on one picture. I don't think it would be this pose. Literally every player was doing that pose. All right. I think let's open it up, baby. Be happy.
Come on, open up, smile. Yeah. Come on.
But yeah, I think I have to wait and see for the match ranking and then for the overall. I feel like once we look at the overall, that's going to be a huge factor on seeing not only the gap that these teams have been able to close up, but everything else too. As BX Brother, 27 points in that match, man. absolutely stunning. On top of that, Nexus Gaming, KV Sports, but Nexus Gaming, I got to go to that one because you were talking about them too. 10 points, that is good for this team.
It really, really is, especially with, you know, them having 2 members at the end, but managing to stay alive. Still a top 3, securing the points that they did. Kodiak, K1, teams that are trying to get into the top 4, still consistent on the board with the points that they have secured. Boars falling a little bit. 1337 Juania also falling and faltering a little bit in terms of performance. Secret Way, not sure what happened with them, but I expected a little bit better when it comes to them throughout this game. But still, brothers are the ones that are were the definite focal point of that last game, and definitely going to be one of the teams that I think that might show some level of consistency going into the rest of today's games, at least.
Yeah, for one team that I called out was 1337. I wanted to see a little bit more. Only 3 points out of that team. Definitely not what you want to see, but as we're going to be jumping here to the overalls, you can see Nexus Gaming now being able to take that second place spot. K1, they really haven't done much since the first game of today. They're going to be moving down, but now you have BX Brothers right there in the top 4, where exactly where you want to be. Kodiak as well, Shockwave. Look how close everything is. It is not too crazy in regards to top heavy. And with all that said, I do have to mention this. If your team explode after 3 matches, not after 4 matches, not being able to put up more than 10 points, that is starting to be a little bit scary if you are wanting to be within the top 4.
I want to say, with the fact that we're looking at a 30-point difference between them and 4th place, it's looking very grim for those teams. And it is at this point that we kind of mentioned.
There's still time.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I was gonna bring up the topic of mulligans. You know, we've had it. So the more mulligans that you have, the stronger and crazier and more godlike of a performance you need to have in order to in order to compensate for the mulligans that you had. So that's the main thing. And right now, with a team like Explode, we haven't seen that magical, explosive performance from them in the semifinals. And now with them being in 16th place, I want to say a team like, I don't know, Abbey Esports doesn't really have to fight that hard to prove that they're the better Serbian team. Because right now, Explode not really putting up much of a fight.
Yeah.
So do you think that might change things for Abbey? Maybe?
I mean, for Abbey right now, they were, in 8th place, 21 points. We really haven't been able to see, like, crazy pop-up performances. But that's the part, right? That even though we really haven't seen Abbey Esports be, like, super crazy, they're still there within contention. They're still there within at least 11 points at top 4. Shockwave has been able to put up some good performances here and there. Kodiak as well. And Kodiak hasn't been able to show an insane performance, too. They've been handicapped themselves here and there in certain situations. So far everything is so close. I as much as I wanted to stay this way, I know more than likely it's not going to, but I do hope that it stays this close, with teams just being able to respond to one another after each match. Okay, you put up a good performance, all right, now it's our turn to put up a good performance. Let's make sure you don't create a gap on us.
Exactly, and right now we're seeing quite a few teams not allow a gap to be built from that top side of the leaderboard, and they are all making it very, very competitive, like a couple of points difference, and that's exactly what I like to see in the finals like this. I want to see every single one of these teams like butt heads and show us what they're made of, and so far, I expected it to be more of a stomp in favor of Boars, if I'm being honest. So the fact that a lot of the other teams are showing up and performing very, very well, Boars are making a couple of mistakes here and there. There's still times where we're kind of looking at them and we're noticing that Tulika has been knocked down or eliminated. And, you know, once again, they're in a precarious situation. Or, for example, like we saw in the very first game of the day where you mentioned, either they get pushed upon or the game is theirs. And K1, I believe, did end up going for the push. They took them down, and they kept on going from there. So those kinds of mistakes from Boars, haven't really seen them before, but I am starting to notice a trend in the way that they like to position themselves compared to a lot of teams. Curious to see how it's going to go for the rest of the games, because right now the teams are getting closer and closer to Boars, and there's no... Yeah, what? There is a response from our lovely production team, and there's a response from the plane as it heads from north, I want to say just west of Riera, all the way to Campo Militar. Here we go. Game numero 5. Boys and girls in the chat, let me know. Who do you think is going to come out on top and take game number 5? And also, keep an eye out for the plane once it's done with the plane pad. It starts to drift a little bit. Oh my god. What is that? What is I here's the thing. I do. Exactly. This is exactly where they like to play. They like to position themselves on the coast time and time again, away from everyone, to make sure that, hey, if we have 50% of the area that we have full coverage, that's but look, as a talent and as a viewer of this game, it's very enjoyable for me. But as a player, this is hectic to constantly be put in these situations. But let's see how the players adapt and how they deal with it. And once again, boys and girls, please do have a look at our leaderboard because it is spicy. And a reminder, top 4 qualify to PMSL EU. The other 12 kind of just chill for a couple of months. Honestly, they chill. What do you want them to do? Because no, noisy boys. Video. This is no helmet, level 1 armor. I'm not sure. And also no heals to be seen, just an energy drink with yeah, and he already has he only has one energy drink left. Wow, an energy drink with no label. Wow. We usually have 7 or 8 minutes of peace and quiet in Miramar. This time around, nah, we're having fighting from the very beginning. Teams losing 1 or 2 players. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Go back. Try again. Okay. Attempt number 3. Actually, you know what? No, you only get 2 tries because someone decided to just finish the job. I mean, look, I'll be honest, it is a little bit difficult to kind of like drive the buggy around in a way where you're able to take out the other guy. So it's good that one of them just finished. Yo, Yen! What doing? We're going. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, we can't afford to lose time and time again. Not like this. We have to do better. We have to be better. I'm hoping that there's one guy like that, you know, on each team that's kind of just like motivating the team. Actually, what would your role be on a team, 7? Yeah. You'd be IGL. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's imagine, you know, you're the IGL. You know, for me, I would go... if it was up to me, I would go with either, like, Scout or IGL. Because I also like the idea, because, yeah. No, God, no. We both suck at that. But you know what doesn't suck? That car. That's a beauty. Yes, sir. You still use Facebook? Do you follow the PUBG Mobile is fair? I was gonna ask if you use it to follow the PUBG Mobile channels to stay up to date. Nice, nice. What about threads, though? You didn't mention threads. Okay. 100% agreed. And you know what? Yeah, I was just gonna say! Like, we started with a couple of fights, and then all of a sudden the guys are like, alright, we're done. That's it. You get 2 elims for the first 9 minutes, and then you get to relax. That's it. We're not playing this game anymore. Look how smooth of a ride it feels in this GoPro. I'm just saying. Just say it feels so smooth. Look at that. It's not... Look, yeah! It's working overtime. Come on, look at that. Not even the US can do that, dude. Not even the US can do... Okay, hold on. Hold on. No, this is skill issue. No, this is driver issue. Driver issue. Skill issue, not the car. Yeah, where's my one? That's not good. Especially in the early stages of the game. Changes the plans, changes the rotations, changes quite a lot of things for you, changes the way how you take fights sometimes as well. Losing that member. Losing, I guess, all the information that that person could gather as well. Oh, no. We're looking at BX Brothers, though. Will the chicken dinner curse strike again? Charles forced to run into cover as the noisy boys make quite a lot of noise and then decide, you know what, not gonna go for the push. We didn't get the knock, so can't really do much with that. It's just we're just threatening the other side. That's it. Exactly. I mean, look. Last time it went south. This time it went north. Maybe next time it'll go west and then east. Maybe. Quite. Oh. Yeah, lost follows. Yeah. See, this. I mean, I thought damage. I didn't think that was high enough to get knocked down from. Yeah, at least something. But he took nothing. You know what that means? Man doesn't skip leg day. You skip every day, brother. Efficient barking, though. That they do. Now they're using that high ground to their advantage, but Cave are swinging. Retro brings it back, takes down Element and finishes the job. Now it's down to Ralph and Kawara. Cave, they were feeling the pressure at the start. One of their members went down, but they really brought the fight to Destined to Rise here. Pudinho, he's going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure now as Kawara will be peeking him. And I want to say, like, the zone isn't really going to be doing silly damage at this point, but the fact that Cave got the move earlier than Destined to Rise means they're going to be able to get in the zone and maybe, quite possibly, gatekeep them. If that's going to be their plan. They already know they took out 2, so they don't have to work as hard to finish off the squad. Yeah, they really are, and looks like the Noisy Boys. Heiso just needs to get back to a better position while Oron retreats as well. Kenzor providing the cover that they so desperately need by getting a much-needed knock, giving them some respite while they heal up and get themselves ready for another fight, because now more and more teams are starting to arrive to the same location. What the heck is going on here with the Noisy Boys, with Secret Way? Okay. This has gone a bit mad now. Just a bit. This is a bit too crazy. Why are we all driving into this area and the northern eastern side of the zone? No. Northern and eastern side of the map, that's not even in the zone. What doing? Honestly, what doing? That... Ruh-roh. Like, what's so... Yeah, and they gotta do something about it. Raze and Cause, we know how much he can survive. We know what he can do in these kind of situations, but there's no shelter this time. It's face-to-face. Mano a mano? How do you say 2 instead of just 1? How do you say? I don't know. Manos e manos? Like mano a mano is like man versus man. But how do you say two men? It's the breeze. Hand to hand. Okay. Okay. Well, yo, Retro, which way is it? Oh, okay. This is absolute madness now. Cave sending it. Nexus picking up a couple of limbs here. And I think I may be seeing the likes of Boars on the higher ground. They might be intervening as well. We are 17 minutes in and we still have 14 squads alive in this map. But it is 34 teams. So 34 players rather. And now they're going to start dropping one right after the other. From 14 to 12. Secret are down and out after having better game than they previously did. 5 limbs at least, getting some points. But remember, top 4 is what matters. So 4 points, 5 points, not going to be enough. You're going to be looking at like 10 plus here. Game, hoping that with this team members, they already have 5 of them. Yes, sir. Some players have already tasted what it's like to play on that level. Some players are yet to reach that level. Will we see some new names? Will we see some new faces? That's what I'm looking forward to the most out of these qualifying tournaments, PMCOs to PMSLs. This is one of the things that I look out for the most. And now, setting my sights once again onto Boars Gaming as they have a plethora of teams coming from the southern side of the zone, all making their way. Noisy Boys have calmed down. Kraken and the side of Explode. Explode, who are maybe, quite possibly, if they survive long enough, they might just crack the 10-point mark after 5 games. Spaghetti-o. A spot to enjoy being eliminated in at this point. Must get something out of the last 2 games of the day. Absolutely have to. You gotta build up some momentum going into the end of day 1. Help yourself. 25 points plus is the mark that you're aiming for. At least by the end of today, that's what you're aiming for. Otherwise, I'm not sure. 25 at least. Yeah, I mean, look, if they want to compete until the top 4 when it comes to explode, then you want to end the day with 30. You want to get a chicken dinner in this game. You have 4 players. You don't have a horrible position. You can play from this and you can do something with it. Show me what you got. That they've only secured 3 elims so far, but they are on the hunt for more. And with Team Modern now, another team bites the dust. They did get 6 eliminations, so I would say some of the teams are improving. They are doing a little bit better. And then they just run into a brick wall of a team that causes them so many problems, and then they start compounding one after the other, and then it's just elimination. And back to the drawing board. Jump in next game, do it again. But now, Explode, my eyes are on you. Because this is a team with experience, especially with Bishke. Gringo, not a name that, or a name that rings a bell, rather. All right, next circle coming. This is I feel like this is an Explode versus Boars game. Because I feel like the combination of Boars and Explode will be able to take out Cave in that angle. And then it's going to end up being those 2 squads against each other. But let's keep following, because right now, Boars set their sights on one squad, and that's, I believe, the Star Soldiers? That it was, and Boris will be very happy with that, putting their tally and their numbers up to 6 eliminations now. But I do have to say, loving what I'm seeing from the brothers, building on the momentum from the last game. 5 eliminations right now, and they're not letting Boars get away with it. And now Boars are looking, and they see Charles, they see BX Brothers. Nexus sees Cave. Teams are starting to fight it out one by one, and I'm sensing that more third parties will happen because Scorp gets spotted out. Last member from Sir Soldiers, he manages to get one knock. Just a little bit of a nuisance for the side of Boars, but with Havlik being out and Pusher being knocked, the side of Boars have to take the fight with BX Brothers. Beautiful play from Tulika to buy his team some time, getting that knockdown onto Rami now, switching over to Explode. Cave hiding in a shack with 2 members left alive. Nexus Gaming, well played, reaching 5th place, honestly, because you're still earning placement points to keep your hopes and dreams alive of staying near the top 4. Kraken, Explode, come on, show me what you got. I did say these 2 teams, this team will be able to push out Cave and then force a fight, while Boars clean up the eastern side, or western side rather. Explode cleans up the eastern side, and then it's going to be those 2 teams clashing. Unless Cave has something to say.
You were mentioning them though there, Sandstorm. It is going to come down to these 2 teams. If Gringo's going to be able to recover from this, which he might be able to, he needs to end up moving though. Oh, he cooked that nade for way too long. He really wasn't able to do much with it. And now with the position that Gringo has, what is he doing? I can't tell if this is KV Sports nades or everybody else's nades. There you go. That looks like KV Sports nades. As Gringo does end up getting knocked, and now it's 2 players knocked here from Team Explode. What could possibly end up looking like a win is looking even less and less like a win, as KV Sports is going to be taking care of Team Explode. And it's going to be coming down there to BX Brothers trying to go back to back with the wins. And it's looking like they're going to be doing just that, as Keep is just going to be denying this point for that team. Great play there by BX Brothers, a team that we didn't really expect, but that aggressiveness continue on. Not just in Erangel, backing it up there in the second Miramar as well.
Absolutely mad from the side of BX Brothers. I was wrong on both sides of the prediction. I thought that it was going to be BX Brothers losing to Boars. I thought it was going to be Cave losing to Explode, and then it was going to be those 2 teams. But no, Cave just waited it out. And the fact that Explode, I feel like them getting the knock on one of the players from Cave and then not pushing together to wrap up that fight, but instead send 1 player and then go 1 by 1, gave the opportunity for Cave to revive, respond with nades, and then it was just third party for BX. I'm not sure what happened between Boars and BX on the western side, but still, well played by BX Brothers to get themselves that back-to-back chicken dinner. Let's have a look and see who was the MVP. Yeah, I mean, 100%. They're going to be top 1, if I'm not mistaken, right now. And Foopsman, once again, MVP number 3, I believe, in today's games. He's on fire. Foopsman is clapping in today's games.
You are absolutely right there, Sad, because that is his 3rd one. And he's been able to just keep on putting up performances after performances for this team, and not just for the team, for himself too. Remember, there is bragging rights to being, you know what? Not only did we end up being 1st place, or not only did we end up qualifying to the PMSL, we also have the MVP on our side. We could have Foosman. And the thing is, it's not only just Foosman. We've seen other players being able to just take full advantage of the situation and making sure that they show up when they definitely need to. But BX Brothers, we got to give them props. I was not even expecting them to be in contention there for the win because of how aggressive they were being outside of the circle, that it ended up working out perfectly for this team. Not only Charles, once again, with most LMs there. On top of that, you have Bad Boy with the distance. Not bad. Not bad. You love to see it. And then Cause there with the most damage. Obviously, Cause is not part of BX Brothers.
No. He is with a Secret Way. And he's still doing pretty well for himself and for the team. But Secret Way need to do a heck of a lot more in that last game. Same can be said for Keep and Cave. Bad Boy from the side of K's. Well, elimination there in Miramar, 248 meters. But, you know, now with our last game of the day getting ready, we still have a little bit of time before we jump into that. So we get to chill for a bit.
I want to see the overall.
Yeah, baby.
Ranking?
Yeah, we got to get the match ranking first.
Because the top 4, guess what?
Ooh.
There's some teams that definitely got moved out of there. And
I'd say
it, but K1 with those performances.
Yeah. That's definitely the problem that we've seen from K1 before. They have a stellar performance in 1 or 2 games, and then they just die out. that's what happened in the semifinals. They had an incredible performance in day one, and then it was a slow, steady decline, but it was moved up from the top 16. But we do have a look at the 16 teams and what they did in the last game, and it is 8 elims and 18 points in total for BX Brothers, and the first team to be able to get a back-to-back chicken dinner, a double chicken dinner in one game, is a massive difference maker for these teams. And the fact that they were able to do that on the first day, BX Brothers are sending a message for the other teams. It's like, hey, we're here to play.
Yeah, just the honestly, the aggressiveness that we're seeing out of this team, I'm trying to remember and see if we actually saw that in the semifinals. And I can't think of one situation where they were like, okay, you know what? We're just going to continue to be aggressive. We're going to continue to just, if we see a team in a bad situation, actually take advantage of it. Because during the semifinals, we saw some teams being a little bit too careful, I guess, in a way. And that's why it ended up being so top heavy. But BX Brothers now saying, you know what? We're here for a reason. We have the confidence for it. Now, back-to-back wins. They do have a bit of a cushion, but I just hope that this team doesn't take that cushion and be like, okay, we can slow down now. No. This is when you double down, baby. This is when you make sure you press that gas a little bit more to the metal and make sure that you don't slow down at all. Because if you can finish out with 3 wins back-to-back, oh, tomorrow's going to be looking wonderful for that team.
Now, to have a chance and look at the overall leaderboard and see what Boars are still holding on in first. 2-point difference between them and BX Brothers. I did mention though, Nexus Gaming still staying in top 3 with them getting themselves a 5th place finish. I believe in that last game, K1 will start to feel the pressure a little bit as Kodiak, Shockwave, Noisy Boys are just a couple points behind. So 36 to 28. So yeah, you only got a total of 8 points from 4th to 8th. And then that's when we get to see the drop off. And honestly, like, I'm surprised with, 1337. We saw them do well early on in the day, and then they dropped. Abi, massive drop from semifinals to finals. KZ,
massive
as well. Team Modern within the first game, they already had more than 15 points or 16 points. And they have 15. They are the team with 15 elims and 1 placement point. That tells me that their aggression is excessive at this point. So maybe scale it back, dial it down a little bit. We talk about finding the perfect balance between getting eliminations and placements. That's that. I don't know what balance you're going for there. I don't know what ratio that is, but that ain't it. 15 and 1 is not it.
let me go back to, you were wondering how Boars Gaming was able to still maintain themselves there within the first place. That team ended up getting 34 points after the first 2 matches, but they have continuously making sure that they secure at least, whether it's via elimination points, which we have seen them being able to get over and over again. If they continue on to that, that's all you need. You just need to have 2 good matches. Make sure you put yourself there within the top 4 and make sure that you maintain yourself within the top 4 as you continue to add on points, whether it's via eliminations, whether it's via placement points. And usually if you're Boars Gaming, I mean, if there's placement points, more than likely there's a high chance, 99.98%, as Aster would say it, that they will end up getting some elimination points as well.
Yep, and finding that balance is going to be very key. But 7. We have 1 game to go. And so far, I want to say a lot of the teams have surprised us throughout today's games.
Yep.
But here's a quick curveball. Who will stay on top end of day 1? Do you think BX Brothers will steal it, or will Boars hold on until the end of the day?
I think Boars will be able to hold on. I think Boars will be able to readjust to their play. Based on what we have seen so far, I'm sticking with that pick, but I'm also impressed with like what BX Brother has been able to do. For that team to just kind of be able to switch up and become that much more aggressive. But that's just like top, right? I'm thinking of some of the other teams that in my mind, I'm like, brother, where you guys been? Like, you're supposed to be up there too. You're supposed to be in contention, and you're currently not showing me a damn thing. And one of those is going to be Abby Esports. Abby Esports right now, 24 points. I mean, yeah, I guess you're there with contention in regards to the top 4. because top 4, the cutoff right now is at 36. So you're 12 points away, right? You're able to close that gap within one match. But with what I've seen for them so far today, I need to see that it factor. I need to see that wow factor. And right now, I'm just not getting that.
Yeah, and I don't know what spark we're going to be waiting for to ignite that flame back in the team, but we need to see it somehow end of today's games or like tomorrow game 1. It's got to change things up for the teams because it's just going to get increasingly more and more difficult. I want to see the variables when it comes, the variables that come into play regarding if you're going to be able to qualify and how many points that you need and how many teams are in front of you.
Yep.
All that becomes incredibly complicated if you are not able to put yourself in if you don't put yourself in a great position at the end of the first day. So, boys and girls, game number 6 should be starting very, very soon. I'm waiting. I want to see if BX Brothers can bring us back to a back-to-back chicken dinner in this tournament. I want to see if Boars can also surprise us because, they started with a chicken dinner on Miramar. They were, again, keeping up the statistic. They did end up getting top 4. Just saying, putting it out there. They are yet to be eliminated in like 16th. They can't. It doesn't happen with them. So far, every Miramar they have played has been a top 4 finish, which is, again, incredible. Like, seriously? Insane. So I want to see that. Boars, again, in tomorrow's games. But now we got Erangel for our last game of the day. Boys and girls, let us know. Give us your prediction. Who's going to win that last game?
Hold on. Before we throw the predictions to the viewers.
No. I'm just asking the people.
I'm glad you're excited about all that. You know what I'm excited for? I'm glad that is Erangel.
Yeah.
Because
it has to be.
Because we're more than likely going to see, at least I'm hoping that we end up seeing some early engagements, even though we did get some there at the start of Miramar, but then it kind of slowed down a bit, and then it fully just picked up, right? I want to see a steady line, and then I just want to see a full spike, baby. I want to see just action, destruction from every single angle, and mostly, I want to see those teams towards the bottom and teams that kind of gave us flashes of greatness at one point or another to be able to just pick it up. Team Explode, that team has been able to put up 9 placement points. The most out of anybody from 9th all the way down to 16th. Where is that at, Team Explode? Show me that again here in this last Erangel and put yourself in contention for that 4th place. If you're those teams at the bottom, the urgency, Sandstorm, the urgency has to be there.
I would say every single one of these teams has to start risking it from now. You can't wait until tomorrow. You can't wait until it's like, oh, I have to review the VOD. If you're in 16th to 10th, if the lead is like 15 points plus, you have to do something. Yeah, I'm not saying like hot drop or something. I'm just saying.
No hot drops.
Yeah. Just like be more calculated in your aggression if you're dying too early or being eliminated too early by taking too many fights or maybe gambling with a hot drop. Even though we haven't really been seeing that, but don't do that.
Yeah.
Just be smarter with your gameplay in this last game. Do not lose this chance to put yourself at least in top 8. This goes out to the teams, obviously, in the bottom 8. Now, teams in top 8, you guys are looking to get to top 4. So you just have to keep doing what you're doing, but again, at least a little bit better. And the pressure's on those top 4 teams, though. Because the second any one of those players goes down and, all the entire lobby knows, one of the top 4 just got knocked or like they lost a member or 2, we got to take them out. So then it becomes kind of like a chase.
And I think that's something that, especially if you're one of the teams towards the bottom, you got to be able to, in a way, kind of keep track of that, right? In regards to positioning, in regards to the circle of where they're going to be. Keep in mind, now you have gotten a chance to play some of these teams for way more than 10 matches. You have an idea of what they're able to do, especially if you were able to VOD review what they were able to do during semifinals in regards to their positioning, in regards to where they like to go, in regards to the rotations as well. You should have at least enough data to be able to assume certain things. And with that said, if you do see a positioning that's clear that usually isn't, that's usually taken by one of those top teams, you got to be in a situation where you're like, okay, you know what? We got to take advantage of this, because if they're not here, more than likely they were already eliminated. This is the time for us to actually react to it.
Exactly, and you can't really have too many second thoughts in those kind of situations as well. You just have to use that opportunity, instantly go. Don't second guess yourself. And right now, what I want to guess, not second guess, I want to guess.
What I want to get is the match.
Yeah,
Players,
true.
get in the match. I want to get in there, baby. I want to see who's going to end up being in the top 4 after day 1. Who's going to be there within contention, and who is pretty much going to have to just throw the massive Hail Mary and hope that it hits. Because I'm starting to create a list in my head of teams that might need to do that.
Well, I mean, look, we'll release the list at the end of the day. How about that? Fair?
I'll release it tomorrow. How about that? At the end of tomorrow.
Bet. Okay. Well, that makes it useless. But hey, we're waiting for that final game. And as you guys know, us as talents, as casters, it is fully within our power to start the game whenever we want. But we just like to delay it as much as possible. That is a lie. We have no control. We just sit here, we look at a camera and a screen, and we wait for the boys to be ready. But don't worry, they're going to be there in like a minute or two. Do you know how difficult it is to get 64 players on board the plane, check every single one of their tickets, make sure that it's the right name, it's the right player, it's the right person. It gets complicated sometimes, okay?
Yeah.
And then you have one guy sitting in someone else's seat because he thought it would be funny. I don't know. You always have these kinds of hooligans, but yeah, it's an enjoyable experience for the players. But don't worry about it; they're gonna be jumping in very soon. But this just gives you more time to think about your prediction. Not you, Seven, but our lovely viewers at home.
Okay.
Yeah. Show us in the chat.
I'm pretty sure they're typing in. I'm pretty sure they're figuring out. BX Brothers fans right now have to be just
they
blowing
are
up
on
the
fire.
roof. They're like, let's go, baby. Back to back. We're currently in the top 4. We in the second place. We're only 2 boys away from Boris Gaming. Let's see if we can make it back to back to back, as we are going to be jumping into the last match of day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe Finals 2025. And boy, you wouldn't be asking for a better circle than that. It's anybody, though. It's anybody going to go just Naya?
That is a question. We did see a plane path, very, very reminiscent of this one, where no one decided to go to Yasnaya, but this department is looking to change things up or not, or if it's going to be a different situation this time around. Map split down the middle. Shockwave switching things up. Secret Way as well. Secret Way, reminder, they've dropped on Stalber. They've dropped on Zarky. They haven't dropped anywhere south. So this is going to be a new one for us. Noisy Boys, usual, on to the military base island. And
my heart dropped a little bit there. I thought Shockwave was going to hot drop the Noisy Boys. And I was like, boys, you're in 7th place. They're in 6th place. Let's take a bit of a chill period here. Let's think about this situation right here. Because if they would have actually ended up going for the hot drop. Oh, a bit of a center circle too. I'm actually enjoying this one. This should be able to allow a lot of teams to rotate early on. Go to places where they're really used to. And this is a situation where it might come into play what I was telling you about. Like if you're one of those teams towards the bottom, if you see an opening where you don't really expect one, where you expect one of the current top teams to be there, that's when you gotta get a bit of like an alarm in your head. It's like, okay, maybe we missed them getting eliminated in the elimination feed, but now we have an even better idea that they might not be any more in this lobby. Maybe they were eliminated earlier on, and we gotta take full advantage of that.
Once again, in this game, the first couple of moments will be just okay. Never mind.
This is big.
Yeah, quiet, and it's gonna be between Destined to Rise and Kodiak. Kodiak, who have been struggling on our first day. The team that set the record with most points. They are being forced to fight. A Scorpion being used in a fight for the first time I've ever seen that. But, okay, jumping shot with the crossbow. That was a crossbow kill. That was a jumping crossbow kill. Are you kidding me? We got knife kills. We got crossbow kills. We got Scorpions being used in this fight. What the heck is going on? Where are the other weapons?
Eliminations coming in from all over the place as Destined to Rise is trying to react to Kodiak here. They're gonna be able to spot one on not being able to fully get the flush there as 20 was able to turn around. Now it's gonna be 7 Kick trying to find the angle. There you go. Destined to Rise making sure they take one. You take one from us, we'll take one from you. But Kodiak now even losing another player with the knock, and that is going to be hard to get the revive there as Ralph does have the off angle. Kodiak, a team that's not used to fighting earlier on. We have seen them try to fight early on, and it just backfires horribly for this team. Destined to Rise, getting different angles. They want to see if they can possibly end up getting that pickup. It's not going to be possible as they go for that flush out. Now it's going to come down to 20 and loss from Kodiak. Loss. What a nasty shot with the shotgun there, and it's gonna allow 20 to get even closer. If you're Ralph there from Destined to Rise, you're gonna have to figure out here's something to do. You're gonna have to get a little bit closer to your teammates as Lost is now trying to get a different angle and seeing if he could maybe get the flush. He needs to be careful though. You don't want to overextend because that player from Destined to Rise is above and looking.
Yeah, but at least Kodiak know that it is a player on their own and they have to push the number. From where? Looks like the player from across the street is able to actually just get a little bit of damage. Now Kodiak wondering what 20 is going to do, because the situation is getting more and more difficult for the lineup of Kodiak, because Ralph is reviving Thorfinn and they haven't pushed and found that last player. Just 20. He's looking Kawara. He might be able to, if he's able to, if he's peeking. Now they know exactly. One can just pre-fire, one can just get in the room. The revive was completed. So now it is again. 3v2. Okay, oh my god. That was a jumping shot. Oh my god.
As Ralph now has to make sure that he got really close to his teammate. They were able to get that pickup though on Thorfinn. You were mentioning it. Kodiak looking to stay alive. I mean, they are currently there in 8th place. If they were to get knocked out right now without being able to get even more points besides just that one ilm that they have to their name, it's going to put them in a bad situation. And I mean, I know this team can definitely put up points as they were able to showcase in the semifinals with the 84 points that they were able to put up. But this is different. This isn't the semifinals anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the finals. This is when teams do end up stepping it up and putting up performances that we don't even expect.
And I got a question for you, Seven. If you expect unexpected, is it really unexpected?
Very unexpected.
It is quite unexpected. What is unexpected? The fact that still this fight has not finished between the side of Kodiak and Destined to Rise. This is one of those situations that me and you have talked about before as well, Seven.
That's right. Destined to Rise. Now they slowed it down a bit. Now these teams have made so much noise, so much commotion that any of the other teams that might have been close by, it's a big warning sign. It's a big alert that's saying, okay, possibly you might want to end up third party in this. We're going to be switching up over to Star Soldier's Epic. Gonna go end up in controlling the crates. They're not really gonna have to fight anybody here, but yeah, a bit of a slowdown there between those two teams, between Destined to Rise and Kodiak. And Destined to Rise at this moment, I mean, they have nothing to lose. If I'm being completely honest, Destined to Rise, you gotta go for it. You gotta be able to just take on that fight because you need the points. Kodiak, in a way, as much as I would hate to see it, they can't afford to get eliminated very early on. But Destined to Rise, you're not in that position. Not just yet. You need all the points you can gather, especially in this last match of day one.
This last match of day one is going to give us so many ideas as to what to expect coming into day two. But at the end of the day, there's no way for us to know what's going to happen then. We just have to wait for the preparations and find out exactly what the teams did through their performance. For now, our focus is on seeing who's going to end up in first place by the end of today. Will it be Boars? Will it be BX? Will we see a back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner by BX taking another surprise us all and steal it in the end. Who knows? Maybe we might see the resurgence or reawakening of Tier 1. Oh.
That's right, and we'll end up finding out here at the end of this match as everybody's now starting to rotate towards the next circle, making sure that they position themselves in a much better situation. We've seen Shockwave being able to do that in the past. This is why they're currently up in 7th place with those 30 points to their name. But a team that we were mentioning earlier, they just really haven't been able to put a performance of what we expected them to, being consistent, but not having that wow factor that we expect out of them. In Abby Esports, making a push and forcing the team out too, was Kodiak there on the horizon trying to make it out, but Bor Foopsman being able to get the knock and forcing 20 to just fully go on himself and barely surviving the shots there from Abby Esports. It's just gonna be one player left from Kodiak.
That's not what I expected to happen with Kodiak, but once again, suffering with one player left. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Kodiak going into day number 2. One player left alive, 1 point secured in this last game, and he's gone. And he's eliminated. Bye-bye. Kodiak are done for the day, and it looks like they'll be sitting in 8th for now. Things may change at the end of the day. Well, we're going to track them and find out. We'll break everything down for you, boys and girls, bit by bit, map by map. In my game.
And I think with the way that it's currently set up in this leaderboard, things more than likely will end up changing there for Kodiak. Not the performance that we wanted to see out of them. You mentioned at the beginning of the day, you were wondering what happened with this team in regards to what they were possibly able to do. And right now, not really seeing much out of them. Nexus, though, Nexus is wanting to maybe surprise us all.
Maybe.
They're getting a knock on the elimination feed. Secret Way slowing it down, and here you go. This is what we've been seeing throughout the last 2 matches. Teams starting off hot, getting into fights, and then making sure they force themselves to slow it down and think about what's at stake and think about what's going to be happening towards the end of the match, making sure that they don't put themselves in a position where they could either end up getting third party or losing players towards the final. K1 keeping tabs here on 1337. 1337 taking full control of those apartments east of school.
Taking complete control of them. Let's see if they remain. Will luck help them out this time? Or sound of that engine. Whoopee. It's just revving the engine.
Just having fun with it. It's like, man, I look so cool in here. Sandstorm and 7 wish they could have this skin. Not gonna lie, I really do. I really wish, Levi. You're absolutely right. I don't have this one, but I do have one of the Bugatti ones. Don't mind me while I sip on my tea,
wait, what
sir.
colors your Bugatti?
Actually, I'm out of line. It might not even be the Bugatti.
Wow!
It might be a different one that I can't remember the name of it right now. Meanwhile, we're playing bumper cars over here as Shockwave is trying to make a rotation. And I think they realize that there's a lot of commotion going on over there. You know what? Let's slow down a bit. Let's not put ourselves in a bad situation here, as they are going to want to regroup. And if I'm Shockwave, if they do end up setting up, I want to see them being able to take full care of this amazing hovercraft, because they need to be able to. As Nick right now waiting around, trying to see if they can spot something, trying to see if they can maybe take control of this area here.
Okay.
On how the circle is going to be showing, needing to do different things here and there.
Shockwave. Okay, I mean, they're just... Nick is enjoying a drive in the hovercraft. Just... Doesn't seem to be having any kind of issue. But they're just enjoying themselves. They're looking at a drop. They see people going to the drop. unfortunate. Okay, a little bit of damage. But hey, sometimes this happens in the game. You get a lot of action, it dies down, then we get a little bit more. But it's fine. From the stage, moving slowly but surely. But here we go, 1337 Wanya with a chance against Nexus Gaming 7.
1337. We saw these teams fighting before. Let's see if they're gonna who's gonna end up being the winner here as 1337 throwing Molotovs around. Nexus Gaming making sure that they fully heal up. Trouble finding the right spot, but Silence ends up knocking one of his teammates. It ends up backfiring in a big way there for 1337. Here comes the push. Trouble's gonna be able to find one. Can he find the second one through the window? He's gonna jump through the window and make sure that he makes Trouble pay, and it's only coming down now to Woodson being the last player alive from 1337. One knock. There goes down one player going for the hot drop, and guess what? Woodson is able to clutch it up for his team and go straight to heal himself up and see if he can possibly pick up Silence. Great performance there out of 1337 as they stop a team from trying to do the thing that we thought might be impossible here in this last match, and it was that take over Boars Gaming first place as Nexus Gaming, the team in top 3, gets eliminated. See if they're going to be able to do a little bit more though, as 1337 is now going to have to work with just 2 players. Luckily for this team and for everybody currently supporting them, they do have 8 eliminations to their name. The Noisy Boys, another team trying to hunt down that top 4, a team that was in 6th place, getting eliminated very early on as well. So for everybody else right now, this is the alarm that we want to see. This is the ringing bell that everybody was expecting. You want to be able to see them react. You want to be able to see them get those points and secure a spot closer and closer to just that top 4. So tomorrow won't be so hard for you. So tomorrow won't be something of an unlikely. Woodson there taking shots at anything. Maybe trying to stay warm after that performance. I'm pretty sure he's currently feeling himself. He's currently saying, yeah, baby, I did that. If anybody else want to bring in, you can see it right there. The confidence just absolutely through the roof at the moment for Woodson. Taking shots on players even if they are very far away. Waiting to see if anybody else is going to give him a chance to possibly get a knock. Woodson continuing on. He's able to spot K1. Remember, K1 hasn't really been able to do much since the first match of the day. Abby Esports on the elimination feed, being able to get some knocks. KV Esports as well with Shockwave. There's just so much stuff going on right now throughout the map. But meanwhile, 1337, after that fight, just having the time of their lives. Nobody's wanting to challenge them. Star Soldiers keeping an eye on Secret Way. Secret Way, a team that Sandstorm has been wanting to see perform even better here. A team that he wants to see them perform really good here in this last match. There goes Destined to Rise. You hate to see it, but for Destined to Rise tomorrow, they're going to need an insane performance, because they just fully handicapped themselves here. They won't end up being in last place. That will be a spot taken there by KZ, but not really going to be able to do much. A Shockwave coming through. But it was KV Sports. A lot of teams here, a lot of commotion going on. We mentioned it at the beginning of the match. Everybody starts off slow and then they fully pick it up. Cave now having to worry about a third party here as they're trying to recover from a fight. Abby Esports setting up a push for this team. Grenades are going to be coming through from Retro, from Cave Esports. Star Soldiers. Bye-bye, Star Soldiers. They were able to at least secure 3 eliminations. And don't forget, for everybody currently watching us, make sure you guys follow us on TikTok by scanning that QR code. Don't miss out on any of the action, on any of the fun there on TikTok. As Abby, KV Sports team explode, it could possibly end up being a 3-way fight here between these teams. Fishy playing it patient. Abby Esports right now at least up to 5 eliminations. That's going to be massive for this team. considering that 8, 7, and 6 plays are currently out. They're looking to close that gap to top 4. Dino getting closer and closer. These teams are just neighbors to each other, currently working against each other in a way, making sure that they don't end up peeking too much, making sure that they don't give any of the other teams an angle. And here comes the push. The smokes are out. The grenades are ready. The shotguns are on hand. And coming through is going to be KV Esports, making sure that they get the first knock on Abby Esports. There is one player on top. I wonder if they have realized that yet. They're going to be able to confirm that first elimination from this fight. They do know that there is currently someone above. Rogo is down as well. That is 2 players for Abby's. Not looking good here for them as Cave is looking to finish them. But guess what? They're being able to respond as Bad Boy's going to be able to get not just one, be able to get 2 players. Bad Boy currently up to 5 and continuing on. Jumping out of a window, seeing if he can spot anybody. That is going to be it for that player. They're switching roles. They go from first place to second place and second place to first place, as they're just playing cat and mouse. And ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Bad Boy from Abby Esports being able to secure the clutch right there for his team all by himself. It didn't even matter if Rogo and PC were nearby. They were able to take full advantage of this situation, and Abby Esports is up to 8 points, and they're just gonna be looking to keep moving up on that leaderboard. And as I say that, Abby now having to push out. That fight might have taken a little bit too long. Secret Way trying to be gatekeepers there. And they are going to be able to spot one player. Bad Boy, oh, barely finding some cover. Perfect plays there by that player from Abby Esports in Bad Boy. But guess what? He was too close to the vehicle, and that is all she wrote. That is just one player left standing. Boards Gaming is still alive. Team Modern still alive. Secret Way still alive. Sandstorm is definitely going to be happy about this one. K1 though. This is a great bounce back for this team. Being able to clutch it out. Being able to step up when they needed to step up. We really haven't seen much out of them since game 1. And as I said, that PC from Abby Esports is able to spine Bad Boy from K1. And I think Capri really doesn't want to lose any players here. They want to be able to pick them up. It's 2 down now. Now he's going to be debating it. Now he's going to be thinking of different situations. But for Secret Way, this might be the chance that they were looking for to just take more control of this zone. Capri second guessing it there, taking too long, and Secret Way capitalizing on it, confirming this eliminations and making sure that they cannot push up. But they need to be careful because it's not just going to be K1 that's still alive. On top of that, you have Team Modern, and on top of that, you have Boards Gaming. Let's see how these teams are going to be reacting with this zone. The circle is starting to close in. Luckily for Secret Way, they still have that hovercraft. Not really able to see how much damage is on it, but if for some reason we do end up with the finish out in the open, that would be massive cover for that team. It is smoking, but not enough. And Secret Way just playing patiently here, waiting to see if anybody's going to be challenging Boards Gaming, waiting to see if Team Modern is going to be reacting to them, but it's not going to happen anytime soon, as Havlik pretty much tells Ronaldinho from Team Modern to just slow down. Slow your roll, and Havlik just confirms that elimination. Board Gaming setting themselves up massively here. Currently within the center of the circle. They have angles to work with as well. They just need to make sure that Tulika and nobody else gets eliminated. They want to keep that numbers advantage. Let's see if the numbers advantage is going to work on their favor, as Team Modern is not going to have that anymore. Secret Way just waiting for the right opening here, waiting to see if these teams are going to be engaging against each other at a closer range that allows them to just push up. And anybody that peeks out, Foosman right there trying to find somebody from Secret Way, but he gets told to stand back. Fall back to your team because that's what you need to do right now. Pusher trying to get those shots there from Team Modern, not able to connect, but at least making sure that they continue on the pressure. The pressure is continuing on. Secret Way finally finding that opening that they were looking for. Remember, they forced that player from Boars Gaming that was looking at them to push back. You need to be careful. 2 players are still alive from K1. Foosman is the player that I was thinking about in regards to Boars Gaming. He was able to fully push back and trying to get an angle now on seeing what Secret Way is going to be doing. All he needs is just 1 pixel of a helmet to get a headshot. And guess what? Havlik is able to find more than just 1 pixel to make sure he eliminates the player from Team Modern. And for Team Modern, this is a bad situation, but it has allowed Secret Way to fully push up. And on top of that, oh no, it couldn't have gotten any worse there for Team Modern, as because the last player standing, he was getting shot not only from Boars Gaming, he was also getting shot from one of the 2 players, Capri, none other, from K1. Boars Gaming now having to spot Sanhok from K1. This is Boars Gaming. This is the opening that Boars Gaming needed to find right here, as this team, now that they were able to take care of 1, they're able to push up. Havlik ends up getting knocked. Sanhok is going to end up getting knocked there from K1. It's only going to be coming down here from Capri for K1. I feel like Board Gaming should be able to get this revive. This is the opening, and another opening that Secret Way was looking to get. They need to capitalize on it. And I don't think they're going to be able to, because Board Gaming is able to fully reset themselves up. Let's see how this is going to be playing now. Waiting a little bit more. You're definitely not going to be able to get out of there. Trust me, I tried to do that once. It didn't end up working out for me. Pre having to make sure he doesn't get any damage. He could be a thorn for Boars Gaming if he's able to spot anybody. But I think Boars Gaming is more than likely going to be keeping an eye on him, as well as Tulika is trying to get that off angle. They have all this zone to work with. And even though Secret Way does have the high ground, they might be at a bit of a disadvantage just because of how much cover Boars Gaming is currently working with. Grenades are going to be coming through. Pusher is moving up closer to Capri. On top of that, you have Tulika on the left. That's right. That's who's going to be able to get the shots. Guess what? Pushes him back. And that is it for Capri. Boars Gaming taking care of K1. And now they are up to 9 eliminations to their name and a bunch of loot. Any loot. You want some loot? We got it all. Secret Way stalling here, playing it perfectly. And so is Boars Gaming. It's anybody's game to take. One thing that Secret Way does have going their way is that they still have this hovercraft. It is smoking, but he can still take some more shots. With how resilient, how massively resilient it can be. Let's see, bit of a stalemate here. This is expected though from these 2 teams. Stage 7 is going to be closing in.
That it is.
It's going to allow some of the other teams to be able to move in a little bit closer. The other players to move in even closer.
Guess who's back, baby?
Boars Gaming. Meanwhile, waiting
Just
for
in
the
time.
opening. Secret Way, though. That's what you want to be able to see there from Secret Way.
Is he throwing a med? Took me a while, but we are back, baby. We're back with a vengeance. And the fact that we're back and Secret Way has found their way to the top 2 is beyond me. But hey, I mean, look, I came back and I found an answer to my question, which was Boars are going to take the lead, it seems. But I do like the fact that Secret Way have made their way to top 2. They have a couple of eliminations. The fact that you're throwing a molly there is not good. But hey, I guess we'll wait and see what you're going to be able to do. You know that the 4 players, you got to start scouting. You got to start finding out where those last players are, though.
You got to be a bit careful here too for Boars Gaming, because they are currently still working with that split. Meanwhile, Secret Way, even though they do have that split, they're a lot closer together. So they're able to be there for a trade if necessary. For Boars Gaming, it would force them to just go across the road, on top of that, get in the vehicle, and then move up this hill. And I think they're starting to realize that, and they're starting to realize that they're just going to be so much closer to Secret Way that they need to move everybody else up.
Slow and steady wins the race. And the thing is, when it comes to like who is smack dab in the middle of the zone, it is going to be the boars. And Tulika and the boys are getting closer and closer to each other, forcing Secret Way, who are on the edge, to move. But the thing is, because of Secret Way, they do have a little bit of a tank in this hovercraft right now. It's something that could use they could use their advantage.
They're just waiting for the right opening. As soon as you see a knock come from any team, it's going to be absolute mayhem. I do enjoy the way that Secret is currently set up. It should be good. Meanwhile, Boars Gaming continuing to work on that angle, continuing to see if anybody's going to peek a little bit too much. And see if they can possibly end up getting that knock.
Is he just going to sit in the hovercraft and chill?
That's exactly what he needs to do. You don't want to have them jump out. This is massively, yeah, he's going to be able to do that. Guess what? This will take all the damage, but you got to jump out. You got to time it right. Oh, he doesn't end up timing it right, as he ends up making sure that he gets out on the side of Boars Gaming. That is going to be a massive blooper there for Secret Way, as they were looking to use the hovercraft there as cover, but their teammate just blundering it right there. Boars Gaming is going to be smelling this, and they're going to be moving to get all the players there from Secret Way. Boars Gaming, though, they got to capitalize on this. They got to make sure they get somebody on the off angle as well. The hovercraft can still work on their favor, Sandstorm, for Secret Way.
It really can, but the question is, can they use it? Are they in a position to do so, especially with it being 4v3 in the advantage of Boars? This is going to be a very close fight, but the fact that they already lost their member kind of tells me that this fight should be going in favor of Boars.
That's usually what we would expect, and that's exactly what Boars Gaming is going to end up doing. They're going to be taking the full high ground. You can see how close up they are to each other. Grenades from Secret Way are still available, and they are going to be coming in. Let's see if any of them are going to hit. That one's not going to hit, but that one's definitely going to hit there from Foosman, as he's going to be able to knock 2 players, and it's just going to be 1 player left standing, but it's too much as Boars Gaming continue on their tear of Erangel being able to secure a win, closing out day 1 of the finals. And if we were wondering if anybody was going to be able to take over their first place spot, there we have it. Absolutely nobody is going to be taking over that first place spot from Boars Gaming. Amazing performance from this team. Well played and well calculated too.
Yeah, very well played, it seems, somehow, by the fact that they managed to get there. And I like the fact that Secret Way was able to fix a couple of the problems that they ran into over the course of the day. They did start off a little bit hot. They had a couple of elims. They were doing well, and then they kind of fell through the cracks. Other teams rose, and now them ending it with a top 2, a couple of elims. Yes, they should have been able to use the hovercraft maybe in a better way, but it was the I guess the player disembarking on the wrong side instantly caused him to get knocked down. And the fact that the nade was there at the perfect time to instantly finish him off, not give him any chance to even run away or go for, have someone throw smokes or no chance of a revive whatsoever. And then again, Boars, yes, they know they are 4v3, but they still wait to get more knocks and they secure it. And for the 4th time today, Foopsman is on fire with once again most eliminations and getting a silly number of damage in there as well. 4 MVPs out of 6. Well, hey, 7. I wonder who's the MVP for the day. Can you guess?
Could it be possibly Foosman? Imagine if it's not. Imagine if it's somebody else.
Honestly, would be mad. No. It can't be. The math ain't mathing if it is. I'm just saying.
That's how I felt last time, man. That's how I felt. I was like, okay, some of this some of these players are getting MVP, but they're not getting the most elims. But I guess survival's going their way.
Yeah.
Damage might be going their way too. But yeah, in my head, I was like, okay, we had different MVPs, but that wasn't the case. I see how it is. I see how it is. Bushman, Havlik. Bushman again there. Havlik with the most damage, actually. That's impressive with 1,024.
Yes,
Still
sir.
not the most that we got a chance to see today.
Man does pump out some ridiculous numbers when it comes to damage, and Havlik is one of the most experienced players, not just I would say on the team of Boris, but also in the lobby in general. He is one of the strongest players that we can see here at this tournament specifically. So seeing him consistently put up the numbers with Foopsman and with the rest of the squad, that's exactly what I want to see from the likes of Boris.
That's right. And I mean, from some of the other teams, you mentioned it too. I'm happy to see Secret Way being able to step up. Another one that we saw there as well was going to be Abby Esports. Good performance out of that team in regards to eliminations and being able to bounce back as well. I can't wait to see when we end up getting to the overall, what are the gaps looking like? Because right now with Boris Gaming, with that performance that they just put up there in that last match, they're definitely going to be creating a gap. It might not be an insane gap to second place, third place, but I'm thinking about some of the other teams, right? I'm thinking about 5th place, 6th place, those teams that are currently in the hunt. And for Boris Gaming, they just need to come back tomorrow and do exactly what they were able to do today. Not even to that extent. They just need to make sure they're continuing to get those points, because at one
just
point
play
you even
Miramar.
mentioned they're like, how are they still in first place? They just got to get those points. They got to be consistent. 5 points can go a long way, especially when you're already at the top.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that we've seen quite a few teams that were, that tried challenging the likes of Boars in fights didn't really work out in their favor. But you know what could work out in your favor? Feeling the power of the Shelby GT 500 and 427 Cobra. Just so you know, he likes the Cobra. I like
both of them.
I like the Shelby GT 500 more. We love both cars. We love both cars 100%. But I'm sorry, it's gonna have to be the Shelby GT 500 for me. I mean, again, yes, but top down Miramar, the 427 Cobra, the OG, yes. You gotta give it the respect it deserves. And this is what we got in PUBG Mobile.
And I'll still have fun with it, all right?
Heck yeah.
Any of the two. I'll take full advantage of them. Just cruising down. Oh, baby. I already have a picture in my head. I'm just waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to be delivered.
You see, that's what Boars are doing. That's what Boars are doing. They're doing exactly that. They're cruising all the way to PMSL EU. That's what it seems like right now, especially with the fact that they got their second chicken dinner of the day, and BX Brothers as well when they had their back-to-back. So I'm looking forward to seeing a few of these names at the future tournaments. That's for sure. But we're not there yet. We just wrapped up day one. Have a look. Which is obviously Foops, man. Like, don't even. Just don't even. Don't even. It's 22 elims. It's 3,910 damage from the man, the myth, the beast that is Foops, man, with Boars. Honestly, not surprised. He was MVP 4 times throughout today's games. The math would have to be ridiculous if he wasn't the MVP, honestly. But hey, it makes sense, so we're happy. But that's the MVP. The question is, they are in the lead, but by how much when it comes to Boars and the overall ranking? And again, reminder, 1st, 4th, doesn't really matter unless you're talking monetary value. The most important thing is the spot in PMSL EU. That is where you make.
Yeah, I mean, for Footman, what's impressive too is they beat the record that Tulika was able to set during the semifinals in regards to most eliminations in one day. Tulika had 20 on the final day, and for him to be able to put up 22, 3,900 damage, that is ridiculous. And yeah, being able to see the match ranking right there, 23 points for this team. On top of that, K1 being able to perform well. I mean, a lot of teams that we were wondering what was going to happen with them, how were they going to be able to bounce back? I feel like they were able to showcase it right here in this last match.
Yeah, that last match really impressive from the side of Boars. K1 also, with them getting those 9 eliminations, definitely will help their case in keeping them in the top 4. Abe Esports with the 11 should be making some headway, but when it comes to the teams that are competing with them, I'm not sure that they're going to be making a lot of
Oh, yeah.
moves up the rankings when it comes to the overall leaderboard, at least. But we'll have to wait and see, because there's quite a few things that we have to look at when it comes to the overall leaderboard before we wrap up the day. Who's in the top 4? Who's close to the competition to contend for those spots as well? And of course, who are the teams that are in the danger zone?
I'm trying to think if Boris Gaming has a 10-point gap to second place, probably. I'm trying to see if it's going to be 20 after that performance. You know what?
Well,
I don't have to wonder longer, because it's going to be right
Yo!
here. And it's going to be 25 points. The gap that Boris Gaming has been able to create to second place in BX Brothers.
that is exactly what you want to see from the boards. 25-point difference. But I like the fact that BX Brothers and K1 are at 50. They're equal, and you can see the different placements and the limbs for both teams. But hey, the fact that it's names that we haven't seen perform incredibly well in the semifinals just goes to show that you don't really see a team's true form. Nexus still holding on, again, with those 44. And that is where the cap is for now. Cave, Abi, 8 points behind. Noisy Boys and Secret Way, you can start to see 13 points behind. So even on the first page of the leaderboard, it's getting tougher and tougher to try and get closer to the teams that are in the top 4. But with 6 games down and 6 games to go, and 6 games for these teams to study, to analyze, to break down bit by bit, to learn as much as you can from those past 6 games, I want to see a whole new, I'm not saying like play style, but I want to see like a different face of the same teams, specifically the ones at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I want to see how some of the teams there that are currently fighting for that top 4, right? Teams that are currently in 5th, 7th, and 8th. How are they going to be able to readjust to get enough points to actually make it there towards top 4? Because right now, with how everything is that close, and to be fair, I mean, between 4th place and 5th place, there is an 8-point difference. Even though that might not seem a lot, if they continue to perform that well, it could end up being massive, especially going into tomorrow, especially if for some reason Boar's game is just playing lights out, full confidence, absolutely nothing to lose. Who's going to stop them?
Well, not sure if there's going to be anyone to stop them here. They might find some new challengers in PMSL. I don't know. With that lead that they kind of have right now, it's going to be spicy. But let's just have a quick look throughout some of the best moments from our last game of the day and how exactly the boys from Boars managed to secure themselves that spicy chicken dinner. Question is just how spicy was it? Honestly, quite spicy. They managed to get 13 limbs, so hey, that's quite a lot of points for a team together, especially when they're already in the lead. Like, you don't need those kinds of points. But hey, this just goes to show that if teams in the bottom of the leaderboard perform as well as those teams, just one game could change a lot. 7, one game could change a lot.
I'm not gonna need just one game.
Yeah.
Teams at the bottom. I'm
gonna need more.
A couple of games. Make it maybe 3 games, because right now that's exactly what some of these teams need.
You know what? We'll give them an offer. We'll make them a nice little deal. If you give us like 3 back-to-back chicken dinners, then you kind of just get yourself in the PMSL EU. I'm just saying. We're just helping them, motivating them.
3 back-to-back. So that's back-to-back times 3.
No, okay, no.
Okay,
no, but just a back-to-back.
I see what you're cooking with. Okay.
Yo, listen. First of all, if we're talking about that, the math is 9 games. We have 6 games per day. The math does not math. That's numero uno. You see, this is what happens when we get to the end of the day and the games are done and, the players are just waiting to see the overall leaderboard they already have. We had a look at the end game as well through our replays. But hey, you know what? I'm very happy with the way that the first day ended. Expectations-wise, I saw what I wanted to see from Boars. Both Miramars, one was a win, the other was a top 4. Consistency across the rest of the maps was also there for the Boars, so happy with them. Loving the surprise I got from the likes of BX Brothers with their back-to-back. Loving the fact that K1 as well showed us what they did in semifinals, games 1 and 2. There were some signs of life from them, and then they kind of died out. This time, not the same issue, not the same mistakes are being repeated by them, maybe once or twice here and there, but still, hey, top 4. That's what matters to them at the end of the day. and surprised by Abe and Kodiak, to be honest. And the fact that we haven't really seen them perform at the level that we are used to seeing them perform. Yes, then again, it was 2 days, but still, those were 2 massive days. One where a team scored 75 and another where a team scored 84. So like those were all in one day as well. So those are ridiculous numbers to see in day one. And then all of a sudden, gone. Don't see it again. So that's something I want to...
we have a whole month, right, to figure out what some of these teams are going to be doing. There is a very short amount overall. I mean, it is 5 days. The first 3 days that we did in semifinals, the first day here in the finals, and then tomorrow, the actual final day of the finals. I like the way that worked out. All right.
The final Grand Finals.
It's I think for Kodiak, I do want to see a little bit more out of that team. For Abbey Esports, they were able to respond in a way there on that last match, but we can talk as much as we want to Sandstorm. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens tomorrow on the actual final day.
That we do. So thank you very much, Seven, for your incredible insight and your analytical casting skills. And thank you for joining us today because, of course, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for joining. And, of course, a huge shout out to our lovely production team. We love every single one of you. And thank you for tuning in. Guys, see you tomorrow. Same channels, same time for the grand finals of PMCO EU 2025. And we'll finally know who are the top 4 to make it into PMSL EU. Have a good night. See you then.